Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of the defense track of the Warsaw Security Forum. My name is Federica D'Alessandra, and it's my enormous pleasure to be your master of ceremony for today. It's wonderful to see so many of you come back. It means that yesterday you enjoyed the conversation, and I promise that today it will be equally fulfilling. It's also great to see how many people are following online. Please do join the conversation, whether you're here in person or following online, by using the hashtag WSF2022. And for those of you who are here, there is simultaneous translation available. Just use the headset that have been handed over to you at registration. I don't want to keep us from today's program, so I will go ahead and introduce the first speaker of today for the opening remarks. I'd like to invite Tomasz Szymoniak, Member of Parliament and Minister of National Defense for Poland from 2011 to 2015, to come to the stage. Tomasz, please join us. Thank you.
Witam szanownych Państwa. Zawsze trudno się występuje drugiego dnia konferencji, gdy wiele osób było aktywnych wieczorem, ale bardzo się cieszę, widząc tak wiele znakomitych osób na sali. I przede wszystkim chcę wyrazić wielką satysfakcję z tego, że tak wspaniale rozwija się Warsaw Security Forum. Gratuluję kierownictwu fundacji, pani prezes Katarzynie Pisarskiej, Zbigniewowi Pisarskiemu, w czasach, gdy wielu z nas ma poczucie, że sprawy idą ku gorszemu, padają nasze ulubione kawiarnie, sklepy, to Security Forum staje się coraz bardziej pokaźne, coraz bardziej wpływowe, coraz bardziej oddziałuje na rzeczywistość, więc ta genialna intuicja, że takiej imprezy potrzeba w Warszawie, Europie Środkowo-Wschodniej, się sprawdza w czasach ciężkich, w czasach trudnych, w czasach, gdy sprawy bezpieczeństwa 10 lat temu gdzieś na drugim planie, teraz wysunęły się na plan pierwszy. Bo wiele razy pada takie zdanie w różnych debatach, że po 24 lutego świat i Europa nie są takie same, i to stało się już taką retoryczną frazą, ale gdy nad tym się bliżej zastanowić, rzeczywiście tak jest. Za naszego życia też i życia zawodowego mają miejsce wydarzenia, których spędzając kilkadziesiąt lat w pokoju, oczywiście po naszej części żelaznej kurtyny był to pokój na określonych warunkach, mało kto się spodziewał, że może dojść po prostu do wojny. Tu nie ma co szukać jakichś przymiotników, po prostu do wojny. Co to oznacza? Oznacza tyle, że również wszystko to, co było pisane, mówione, robione przed lutym tego roku, wymaga zasadniczej rewizji. To są jałowe debaty, których jest wiele w przestrzeni. Co kto powiedział, co kto zrobił 5, 10, 15 lat temu. Dziś ważne jest to, co będzie w przyszłości. Dziś ważne jest to, jakie wnioski z tego wyciągniemy i co konkretnie zrobimy. Myślę, że bardzo wiele osób odpowiedzialnych w swoich państwach za sprawy bezpieczeństwa miało takie doświadczenie przez lata, że zagadujemy sprawy, znajdujemy jakieś słowa klucze, które mają zastępować rzeczywiste pojęcia, że nie urażając autorów, ale przypomnę takie pojęcie, którym szafowano we wszystkie strony, smart defense, które było taką zasłoną do tego, że nie ma pieniędzy i sprawy bezpieczeństwa, zwłaszcza w światowym kryzysie finansowym, padały na Zachodzie, przecież w państwach NATO, ofiarą ogromnych cięć, to służyło temu, żeby nie było defense, tylko po prostu smart defense. 24 lutego powinien przywracać słowom i działaniom podstawowe znaczenia i myślę, że pod pewnymi względami ta sytuacja jest prostsza niż mogłoby się wydawać, bo wiadomo, kto jest dobry, wiadomo, kto jest zły, wiadomo, kto stoi po stronie naszych wartości, a kto próbuje je deptać. Nie ma niuansów, nie ma relatywizowania, nie ma żadnych wątpliwości i to w Polsce ma powszechne wsparcie. Ja reprezentuję największą polską partię opozycyjną, Platformę Obywatelską i nie ma wśród nas żadnych wątpliwości co do pełnego wsparcia Ukrainy w tej walce. Nie ma wśród nas wątpliwości co do wzmacniania polskiej obronności. Nie ma wątpliwości co do wzmacniania NATO, szczególnie więzi transatlantyckich. Nie ma wątpliwości co do wzmacniania Unii Europejskiej i szukania wymiaru obronnego w jej rozmaitych działaniach. To szło wolno, ten postęp nie był zadowalający przez te lata, ale różne inicjatywy, Fundusz Obronny, Agencja Obrony dają nadzieję na to, że i Unia Europejska po tym czasie strategicznej adrenaliny, którą mamy od lutego, wyciągnie długofalowe wnioski. I patrząc z tego punktu widzenia, mamy czas, w którym obok działań oczywistych, bieżących, nakierowanych na wsparcie Ukrainy, trzeba będzie wyciągać wnioski na przyszłość, wnioski bardziej długofalowe, wnioski, które kompletnie zmienią NATO i podejście do różnych rzeczy. Przecież to 9 lat temu było, pamiętam rozmowy z brytyjskimi gospodarzami walijskiego szczytu NATO, który miał się odbyć rok później, no to główną obawą wszystkich było to, co to NATO będzie robiło po tym, gdy się wycofa z Afganistanu. Czy jeszcze jest potrzebne? Historia, polityka przyniosły brutalne odpowiedzi już kilka miesięcy później. I szczyt walijski, tak jak i szczyt warszawski w 2016 roku okazały się historyczne, przełomowe i ważne. Natomiast zgodnie z tą zasadą, że ważne jest to, co przed nami, że nie można się w niepewnym świecie zadowalać tym, co jest dziś, bo rzeczywistość za miesiąc bądź rok może wyglądać zupełnie inaczej. Potrzeba zasadniczo nowego podejścia i przywódcy Zachodu, siłą rzeczy ograniczeni demokratycznymi kadencjami, ograniczeni własnymi opiniami publicznymi, muszą wznieść się na poziom decyzji, które na lata i dziesięciolecia dadzą bezpieczeństwo Europie, dadzą bezpieczeństwo światu, bo tutaj nie tylko wschód Europy płonie, ale i potencjalnie jest wiele takich miejsc w świecie. Tym bardziej istotne takie spotkania jak to dzisiejsze i wczorajsze, bo ono daje w takim świecie, gdzie informacje przebiegają szybko, gdzie tweety stają się czasem ważniejsze niż same wydarzenia, daje okazję do głębokiej refleksji i do takiego wyregulowania zegarków, żeby dokładnie wiedzieć, czego my na Zachodzie chcemy, czego my potrzebujemy i żeby przekładać to na to, co się dzieje w gabinetach najważniejszych polityków. To jest tak, że polityka stała się w tych czasach piekielnie trudna. Gdy był kryzys kubański, prezydent Kennedy mógł się zamknąć na kilka dni i z doradcami zastanawiać się, co zrobić. Który z polityków dzisiaj może się zamknąć na kilka dni i zastanawiać się, co zrobić, gdy telewizje informacyjne puszczą paski, a obrazki z danego wydarzenia będą w każdym domu na całym globie. Więc apeluję o to, żeby znakomici eksperci, wojskowi, przedstawiciele służb specjalnych wspierali polityków, żeby opinia publiczna wspierała polityków. Oni zawsze są przedmiotem głębokiego niezadowolenia. Każdy by sobie życzył, żeby byli lepsi, ale oni są trochę tacy jak zaplecza, które mają. Więc życząc sukcesu w drugim dniu obrad, gratulując sukcesu tej konferencji, wierzę w to, że dorobek tych 2 dni, różne wystąpienia, panele, które jeszcze przed nami, przyniosą wiele odpowiedzi i rekomendacji, które po prostu będą przynosiły owoce przez najbliższe lato. Bardzo dziękuję za uwagę. Życzę owocnych obrad.
Thank you, Tomasz, for setting the stage for today's discussion with such powerful opening remarks. We will now move on to listen and hear directly from the defense industry with the first presentations of the day. I would like to call to the stage Christine Harbinson, Sector Vice President and General Manager of the Combat System and Mission Readiness Division for Northrop Grumman Defense. Christine, please join us on the stage.
Dzień dobry. I'm honored to speak today at such an important event and to be part of these critical conversations with leaders from across Central European and transatlantic defense and security. Throughout the forum, we have heard about the security paradigm shift across Europe and across the world. This shift reinforces the importance of having strong defensive and deterrence capabilities to protect and defend sovereign territory and maintain regional security. And it requires allies to work closer together than ever before. Nowhere is that more important than here in NATO. NATO's collective defense has ensured the peace of its member countries since the end of the Second World War, and is the most successful alliance in world history. But strategic competition with great powers creates a radically different set of demands. Our adversaries are investing heavily to erode our collective military advantage. All of us in this room know the threats we face are real, not abstract, and not over the horizon. They are clear and present, and they require us to have a united front, a united presence that crosses borders, one that integrates all domains, from undersea to space and cyberspace, with speed, flexibility, and precision, all to stay ahead of our adversaries. That vision of the battle space, connected across borders and domains, requires a new way of operating. Today's standalone networks must be integrated to enable command and control of the full battle space, because the ability to identify and react to threats more quickly than the adversary will decide battles. We all know knowledge is power, the power to create a cohesive, timely, and accurate picture that speeds decision-making. And nowhere is that more needed than on the battle space. A connected battle space allows the delivery of faster insights, more precise decisions, and coordinated defense and strike strategies. This requires standalone systems to become both disaggregated and integrated, creating highly agile, adaptive solutions, ones that deliver results far greater than any individual system acting alone. One of the most critical components of this all-domain vision, especially here in Europe, is an integrated air and missile defense, or IAMD. NATO calls IAMD an essential element of the alliance's ability to deter and defend against aggression. It is a fundamental capability for the region, one that provides security for national and allied forces, as well as local populations and national infrastructure. It must remain a top priority in countries' budgeting and modernization efforts. IAMD has undergone a rapid evolution, moving from a single stovepipe system to an integrated approach across domains. To meet the pace of today's threats, the evolution will not be enough. It must also integrate capabilities across national borders, incorporating indigenous capabilities while being responsive to specific country needs using local talent and expertise, which also helps boost local jobs and the domestic economy. Such a shared system should enable the region to not only be interoperable, but to integrate capabilities to best defend and deter as a collective force. Imagine the result: the ability to fight as one, with a common shared operating picture, using the full range of available sensors and capabilities across domains from undersea to space and cyber, to eliminate the threats, whatever they are and from wherever they are coming from. Where that capability is needed most is on the eastern flank, where the threats are serious and real. We must only look to the east for a sobering example of the need for a more deliberate, integrated approach, an approach that creates a shield, both nationally and regionally, against the threat of air and missile attack, giving peace of mind to civilian populations and reassurance to national leaders. Such an IAMD shield would be a powerful deterrent, because regional IAMD is only as strong as your neighbors. One integrated system would reduce vulnerabilities, increase resiliency, and strengthen security across the region. And if the need ever arises, could offer the ability to integrate with U.S. forces, being ready to fight tonight if called. Poland has started on a path that would allow the region to achieve this vision. It is modernizing its ground-based IAMD, creating a system that allows for just this interoperable approach. When Poland chose the Integrated Battle Command System, or IBCS, to serve as the centerpiece of its modernization strategy, it chose a system that is modular, open, and scalable, with an architecture that integrates all available assets in the battle space, regardless of source, service, or domain, creating a platform for the region to come together for collective defense of the eastern flank. Across numerous successful tests and demonstrations, IBCS has proven the ability to connect multiple domains, enabling a truly joint force. Let me share an example with you. Last year, during a live-fire test, data from the U.S. Army, Air Force, and Marine Corps sensors and weapon systems were fused on a single network. This represented multiple domains in their own rights that were integrated to create a single operating picture. Leveraging this single operating picture that was more precise than any one single weapon system alone had, the operator was able to track and choose the best effector and intercepted the cruise missile target. Despite a highly contested electronic attack environment that purposely jammed some of the radars and would have otherwise denied the intercept. The live-fire test was proof of the extraordinary advantages we achieve with a modular, open systems approach to IAMD architecture and of IBCS. With an open systems architecture, we can disaggregate closed systems and enable joint connectivity at every level. We can incorporate existing weapons or sensor systems, military nodes, and even whole C2 systems to make the best use of existing assets and prior investments. The approach creates a highly accurate common operating picture as data from multiple sensors is shared for use by any effector or weapon system, regardless of service or country, operationally bringing a larger battle space with which to defeat the threats, more time and accuracy. This is the future. This is the future that can protect the eastern flank. It is here, it is now. We invite you to join us in making the future a reality. Many important discussions have started here at the Warsaw Security Forum. We look forward to the ones of how IAMD capabilities can create this true shield that integrates operations with precision fires along NATO's eastern flank. It has been an honor speaking with you today. Thank you. Dziękuję.
Thank you so much, Christine. That was both insightful and thought-provoking, and we will have an opportunity, well, many opportunities to continue discussing some of the points you raised today, including with the first panel in just a few minutes. But before we get to that, I'd like to call to the stage Eric Dittmars, President of Secure Sensor Solutions at Raytheon Intelligence and Space. Eric, please do join us on stage.
Good morning. I'm Eric Dittmars. I'm the President of Global Spectrum Dominance at Raytheon Intelligence and Space, and I'm deeply honored to be here with you today. Raytheon Technologies has a long-standing history here in Poland. We have 8,500 Polish employees across 9 locations, along with our partners in Polish government and industry, collaborate together to develop and field cutting-edge solutions to address Poland's most complex aviation and defense challenges. The Warsaw Security Forum gives us a unique opportunity to come together from our various countries, companies, and constituencies, to focus on the most critical military and political issues shaping our world. And today, it's my hope that I can provide you some new insight, or perhaps spark some new ideas that may help us make the world a more safe place, and by better understanding the threats before us and the ways to counter them. It's no secret that technology is evolving at an unprecedented pace. When I started my career at Raytheon, it was dot matrix printers and graphing calculators were considered state-of-the-art. Today, quantum computing is within reach, and artificial intelligence systems defend our networks. This ongoing technological evolution is most evident in the development of commercial and consumer products, from brick phones to flip phones to smartphones. That much is obvious. But what isn't always obvious is how rapid evolution of technology drives the development of advanced threats from our adversaries. Those of us in the room bear an outsized responsibility to anticipate and prepare for what's next. And that's what we're going to discuss today. As we survey the global security landscape, it's clear now that our collective adversaries have invested in developing new forms of cruise missiles capable of launching from nearly anywhere, skimming the surface of the Earth while traveling at hundreds of kilometers per hour and challenging traditional air defense radars. They're designing and deploying hypersonic weapons that travel at more than 5 times the speed of sound. And they're using small, inexpensive, and easy-to-acquire drones to deliver devastating effects in unexpected ways. Taken alone, any one of these single threats would be proving challenging. But when functioning together in a calculated and coordinated manner, they are overwhelming, to say the least. The real problem is one of time. The time needed to decide on when and how to act. Militaries and industries are partnering together to answer that call and advancing the capabilities to detect and counter these complex and evolving threats. Full spectrum, layered air and missile defense requires integrating both elevated sensing and ground-based next-generation capabilities, something that we at Raytheon Technologies do every day for our customers. So before we get to solutions, let's talk a little bit about the problem. Over the past 20 years, our adversaries have studied how we fight. They've analyzed our technology and our potential responses. And they've focused on ways to defeat us. They're now at a point where they can deliver mass raids with high precision and stunning velocity simultaneously. Until recently, they could only deliver one of these elements at a time. They've evolved beyond basic ballistic missile and air threats and embrace 360-degree capabilities that fly faster than the speed of sound and are tailored to exploit the weaknesses of 20th century defense systems. These new threats dramatically compress the time we have to make decisions and execute responses. Where we once had minutes to hours to work through the detect, track, identify, decide, and engage cycle, warfighters now are challenged to decide, in some cases, within just seconds. Our adversaries are now a multi-domain threat. They launch from the air, they launch from the sea, from the land, and even from cyberspace. They operate in the seams of traditional physics with hypersonic glide vehicles. They exploit the terrain and make use of advanced technology to keep us from seeing them in time to act. And they do all of this to delay, disrupt, and degrade our decision-making cycle. Our adversaries know the difference between success and failure comes down to seconds. With the current battlefield radars for air and missile defense, commanders typically have less than 3 minutes in which to make a decision about prosecuting an incoming target while simultaneously ruling out whether it's a benign threat. Without change, that time to decide will only continue to degrade. So our mission imperative is to buy back time, cueing these shooters, including fighter aircraft, at the earliest moment of threat discovery, preferably before it reaches sovereign land. We must restore the integrity of the decision cycle and ensure the right data gets to the right people at the right time so they can take the right actions to keep our countries and our citizens safe. So illustrated here is an operational view of an advanced integrated air and missile defense system. It consists of a ground-based sensor such as Patriot, LTAMs, NASAMs, along with persistent elevated sensors onboard aerostats and space-based early warning systems. These systems, of course, dovetail into advanced C2 capability and local air surveillance sensors. It is this layered, integrated defense that provides 360-degree commander's view and full domain awareness to both deter and defend. So the question turns to, how do we achieve this end state with full domain awareness? Our own internal operational analysis revealed that elevated sensing gives commanders dramatically more time to make a decision because they can see the entire battle space and cue weapon systems for early action. This unique perspective also reduces the likelihood of fratricide. Elevated sensing comes in many forms: space-based early warning satellites, radars affixed to towers, or through persistent elevated sensors integrated on high-altitude aerostats. Each of these approaches provide benefits to the mission. Consider this: a persistent elevated sensor operating on board of an aerostat at 3,000 meters above sea level will increase the commander's time to decide by 500 to 1,000%. Said another way, we're moving from being forced to make a decision in under 3 minutes to having more than 30 minutes to decide what to do and how to engage. In addition to buying back time, these elevated sensors mitigate the adversarial advantage gained through speed and agility. The challenges terrestrial radars encounter, chiefly line-of-sight limitations, are a non-factor with persistent elevated sensing. To put a fine point on it, those ground-hugging cruise missiles can no longer hide because we track them from above. But our adversaries are not sitting still. They're continuing to invest and evolve. So countering today's technology and today's threat isn't enough. We must outpace the future, and that requires layered defense. Advanced threats demand advanced integration, and the best defense is the foundation of a potent deterrence. This comprehensive system of systems solution looks deep into adversary territory. If a cruise missile is launched by an adversary near the border, it will be detected immediately. Not only will we know where it came from, but we'll cue fighters to intercept and ready weapon systems for engagement. Our unblinking, over-the-horizon space sensors leave no hiding place for our adversaries. The adversary cannot hide at night, they can't hide in the terrain, and through advanced integration, we will rob them of their speed and agility. This approach provides commanders with the widest range of options and delivers decision superiority. Thank you so much for your time today. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you, Christine, once again for both of your perspectives on this important issue, which I think actually provide the perfect way of introducing the first panel discussion of the second day of the defense track at the Warsaw Security Forum. The topic of the discussion is, in fact, is the missile threat more serious than we expected? Conclusions from the war in Ukraine for integrated air and missile defense. I would like to remind those that are here with us in person that you're invited to ask questions of speakers into the panel. There is a microphone to the side of the stage, so please do approach it with your questions. And now it's time to introduce the moderator of this first panel discussion, Beata Gurka-Winter from the University of Warsaw. Let's give her a warm welcome to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Beata Gurka. I'm security expert. I was working for Polish Institute of International Affairs for many years as analyst and program coordinator on security. Then I switched to defense business for a while. Now I'm working as adjunct professor at the University of Warsaw. Today I have a pleasure to moderate a panel on integrated air and missile defense, the issue which is, I guess, of crucial importance. And thank you. I have to give thanks for organizers for inviting me to moderate this particular panel. As some of you may know, the problem is very close to my heart, as I was researching on air and missile defense for many years as researcher, as a security expert. So in today's panel, we have four distinguished speakers, and let me introduce them to you. We have Brigadier General Kazimierz Dyński from General Command of the Polish Armed Forces. Good morning, General. We have Lieutenant General Andrzej Fałkowski, Deputy Chief of General Staff of the Polish Armed Forces between 2013 and 2014. Good morning. We have also two civilian experts, Ruben Johnson, Defense Technology and Political Military Affairs correspondent based in Kiev, and last but not least, Marcin Piotrowski, analyst from Polish Institute of International Affairs. Okay, so with this panel, we have to be as quick as Ukrainian counteroffensive, as we only have 15 minutes to cover such a broad issue. So I would like to ask our panelists to be brief and concrete. We have many questions, and I'm sure that there would be some questions also from the audience. So let me first start with civilians, as I would like to ask Ruben, as you are based in Kiev, about Ukrainian experience. So basing on your experience, could you describe Ukrainian efforts in this particular domain? Before the war, Ukrainian land forces were trained by NATO countries, which allowed them to be extremely effective in countering a Russian land offensive. Well, but in the air and missile domain, this cooperation was not so tight, as I understand. There were several approaches of Western businesses and Western governments to cooperate with Ukraine on air and missile defense programs, but the systems in Ukraine possessions were mainly of Soviet origin. So can we speculate that if the cooperation of Ukraine with Western providers on the anti-missile issues was more advanced, we wouldn't face a so heavy demolition of the Ukrainian civilian and military targets. What's your take on that?
Well, okay, I had the chance to spend quite a bit of time with the Ukrainian Air Defense Forces last month. Almost all the equipment they have now is what was inherited, left over from the Soviet period and other pieces of equipment, but it's all of Russian origin, and most of it is at least one step back from the state of the art of what the Russian forces operate. I will say that there are two great groups of unsung heroes in this war. One would be the truckers, which are bringing all of this military hardware across the border from Poland into Ukraine. But the second group would be the air defense forces, because they're achieving what I regard as miraculous results with a modest set of equipment. And not only is the equipment older, but there is no nationwide radar network that allows them to be able to track incoming missiles in advance. I mean, I was told that many times the targets are not identified until they're visually seen. I mean, until they're seen visually. There's not on a radar scope. Once people see them, they can be targeted by a fire control radar. But it's remarkable that that the Russians will fire, let's say, 11 cruise missiles, and the Ukrainian air defense manages to shoot down 9 of them. So only 2 of them get through, but the ones that are getting through are causing huge destruction because these are older missiles. They're mostly KH-22, NATO codename AS-4 Kitchen. They were designed and first entered service in the early 1960s. They're very old. They have a non-discriminating seeker. They were designed to kill aircraft carriers, so they simply seek out the largest target that there is. There's no aircraft carriers moving up and down the rivers in Ukraine, so this is why you see so many missile hits on shopping malls, on rail stations, on hospitals, and so on. As far as Western cooperation, Ukraine is going to be receiving the NASAM system, which is a short-range air defense. They need medium range. They need something in the class of the Patriot desperately. I mean, there's a lot of things. The Ukrainians need everything now. And a lot of capabilities being poured into the country, and EU and the US and other countries deserve all the credit they can get for providing equipment to Ukraine. But the real fact is that while all this stuff is coming in and people are training up to use it, the air defense forces have to shoot down things every single day. And they are doing a magnificent job, but they can't get everything with the type of equipment they have. Sorry if that's a long answer, but...
No, thank you. Just additional question, if I may. We hear a lot about the future systems which may be deployed to Ukraine, and possibly they would come from different countries. Yes, there's this German discussion. We had US, we had Slovakia. So, in your opinion, would it be easy to integrate all of them? I'm asking this question because in Poland, for years, we had this discussion actually not only about the particular system, but the whole architecture. You mentioned sensors. And missile defense is not only about missiles, yes, actually, but also it's a whole system. So what is your take on that? How Ukraine can manage to integrate, so many systems at once?
Well, the short answer is there's been some very low level of integration already. For example, putting some old German anti-aircraft artillery together with Russian-make air defense missile systems and combining the two. But if you're talking about integration in a larger sense of being able to integrate all the sensors, it's going to take a wholesale replacement. Patriot, for example, which is the best, most well-known and the most widely used medium-range air defense system in the world. It's not something that just plugs in to somebody else's network. And so it'll require a wholesale replacement, and of course all that stuff has to be built. If some countries are willing to donate systems to the Ukrainians and train the crews, that's one thing. But for Ukraine to receive brand new equipment, it's going to take as long as it takes to build them, and that's most likely years.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. Now I would like to switch to Marcin, because I would like to continue on Ukraine and Ukrainian experiences during this war. So Marcin, you are following very closely the development of Russian air and missile potential for more than a decade, if I remember correctly. Could you shed some light on the issue, how it was assessed before the war, what changed after the 8 months of military activities? Were military analysts even close to accurate view on how this potential looks like? And if not, the next question, of course, is why we were so wrong. So what's your take on that?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. So maybe I will simplify a lot of issues, or very complicated and technical issues. So firstly, I would say that of course, we take, or majority of analysts took a rather wrong threat assessment of the Russian capabilities, because we, as analysts, we used mainly on the open sources data, looking at, especially comparing Syria experience of Russian missile arsenal or also air forces. We looked at, we tried to compare this with the NATO standards and operational concepts. And we look also, I have a huge pile of the different reports and Russian publications about the so-called reconnaissance strike complex. And of course that was very misleading if we look at how Russian managed this campaign. And so, for instance, we expected that that there will be well-prepared, well-coordinated missile and air strikes, good targeting, good reconnaissance, and of course joint operations between the Russian ground and air forces. Instead of this, what we have seen, especially after first 2 weeks of war, we have seen the lack of any good intelligence and reconnaissance on the Russian side, lack of precise targeting, lack of saturation of this Ukrainian air and missile defense system. And we haven't seen this, what is called in the NATO jargon, suppression and destruction of air defense, said that. So, and of course, I mentioned this joint, so we haven't seen any jointness, especially in the Kiev campaign operation. So I would say that for me, leaving this doctrine or tactics of Russians, for me the most shocking is the low quality of the Russian missile arsenal, because even if Iskander or Kalibr is a, let's say, technically good construction, it's a good model. So it seems that the Russians don't know what is quality control of what they produce in the last decade. So there are estimates, I don't know how accurate are these. There are estimates that maybe 40 or half of the 40% or maybe even half of the Russian missiles are missing the targets. And I would stress also that still the potential or asymmetry between the belligerents. So as far as what I have seen is probably over 3,500 missiles which were attacking striking Ukraine so far. And it's interesting if you look at this official data that on the first day they used over 160 missiles. But as far as I can count, in the next days, there were really a few days when they used maybe around 100 missiles. That's maybe 6 or 8 days. since that. So I see General is agreeing, so I'm happy that from open sources it's accurate. And we see that on average, maybe Russians are using the 10 to maybe 15 missiles per day. So, and we see also the quality trend is, I mean that what Ruben said, that Russians are, seems that the stocks of the last decade produced missiles are finite, so it seems that they are more frequently using these older missiles like H-22 Kitchen or Tochka. And we even see, which is of course without military sense, use of the interceptors for S-300 system to attack the civilian soft targets. So it's, the point is that, of course, they cannot, with these missiles, with these interceptors, make too much harm to the Ukrainian armed forces. But of course, and that's my, I'm afraid that still in the next few months we will see a lot of suffering and a lot of killed civilians, even with this. With these systems which are not dedicated to the targeting the ground targets. And still, even if we focus, I understood, on the missiles, but for me also I would say I don't expect any miracles with the Russian air forces. That's a good news because they show that they are incompetent. You cannot compare, clearly you cannot compare Russian Air Forces, air pilots training with the NATO standards, with the NATO training and demands or concepts. So that's a good news. But the bad news is that they still have maybe over 600, maybe 700 quite modern multi-role jets. And I expect that in the next few weeks and months they will use that. So maybe I will stop on this.
If I may, just additional quick thing. We've heard a lot about Iranian support to Russia in terms of supplying their systems. If you look at characteristics, you know it's very well designed on the paper, but how would you assess? Would it make any difference to what Russia has now in possession? And it's like with this Russian story that we have one thing in documents, in open sources, when they praise a lot their capabilities and they showed us over many years how good they are and how advanced they are. Is the same story with Iranians? We would be worrying about that?
Yeah, we should worry, but I don't want to go to some parallels between the Russians and between the Russian and Iranian propaganda. So take it with a grain of salt. It's both the Russian systems and Iranian systems are by our standards, are very primitive. Mm-hmm. And you can take down with the electronic warfare, with the even very short range air defense systems. So I don't think that they will make a huge difference on the battlefield. Mm-hmm. It's again, it shows a lot about the Russian industrial capabilities or lack of it. So because what we have seen even on the first days, they try to use their drones, but you know the losses are, as far as I remember, among the 100 or 140 drones, Russian drones, shot down. So 80 something is Orlan 10. It's a drone for the Russian artillery to support Russian artillery, and it's a very primitive. We have seen this, you know, with the camera, Canon camera, and some bottle instead of fuel back. So I don't expect that. You know. Maybe Iranians, they used or send this to the different proxy forces in the Middle East, and they are quite effective, might be effective in asymmetric warfare. But I don't think that they will make any difference on the battlefield on what's going on.
Thank you. Thank you. That's definitely a good news. Well, now I would like to turn into Poland and a word about lessons learned from what we are observing during this Ukrainian military campaign. And my question to General Dynski, I'm sure that you are observing very closely the developments on the Ukrainian front. So the question is quite simple, I guess. What are the lessons learned for Polish air and defense system? We have multiple announcements that we are buying a lot of land equipment. We are procuring a lot of land systems. How would you describe Polish effort in designing Polish air and missile defense architecture, considering what we already know from Ukraine, because the situation changed? So what are new assessments and new efforts?
Good morning, so thank you for the question. So today is 224 days of war in Ukraine, a war which was triggered by Putin, war which is with full brutality and full spectrum of kinetic usage of the power. As Russia is conducting war, breaking his law, international law, with conventional law, and with all those brutal power. As we are observing very closely and very deliberately what is the conduct of the war, and as we have heard a couple of minutes ago, that as Russia is unsuccessful on this, to get the center of gravity and what was initially described as the end state. As Russian forces didn't get the air superiority, so was some observation that Russia air power is able to gain and to maintain air superiority over the Ukraine is never get. So with the common perception, we have overestimated the capability of the Russia, as how good they are, how advanced they are, and which is not the true. So all those data which we have heard a couple of minutes ago, with the number of the air strikes, missile strikes, so with the numbers and the decreased number of those capability, those are lessons and observations from our side. So with the nature of the war, with the fire, maneuver, and logistics. I am highlighting the importance of the logistic capabilities of the Russia, which is weaker than we thought previously, prior to the war. As the ammunition availability, the missiles availability, and the precision strike, which we thought that they are much more capable. So all those observations are placed to our lessons learned, lessons observed, identified system. The number of US unmanned systems which were used, how precise they are, and how they could contribute to the combat airfield. So all those in together, driving us to the point that the direction in which Polish armed forces are developing, the modernization process is on the good way. I would like to elaborate a little bit more about and focus on air defense, full spectrum air defense or multi-layered air defense. We all recognized how important is air defense and what are the losses if there is not as available air defense system on the field and as air defense system which are dedicated to protect vital infrastructure of the country. So in this respect, I would like to share with you the concept and idea how the observations and lessons from the war are implemented in the Polish Ministry of National Defense plans and the concept to build air defense. We are in this very advanced process of the reconfiguration, the old mannered air defense system in Poland, with building and fielding to the forces new technology, new air defense capabilities, starting from the short air defense with Pilica program. Yesterday we witnessed the signature of the agreement between Polish and UK government to procure common and CAM system to support Pilica program, which is short air defense. NAREW also short air defense program. And on the top of those three multi-layered air defense system is procurement of the Patriot system. 3 layers of air defense, 2 SHORAD and 1 medium range. The most important is the fielding and procurement of the IBCS, so the command and control system, as we have heard from Norton Grumman's presentation. This is the system. This is the heart and brain of air defense, how to properly detect and to share the information with all capabilities which we are placing in the Polish armed forces. IBCS, which will allow us to engage any air threat from the sensor to the best effector. So all what is connected with the procurement of F-35, the 5th generation of the aircraft, the capabilities to share the data from the F-35 to the air defenders, to share data which allow to fire and to engage the target. This is the point. This is the crucial task which will be possessed in the Polish air defense. I'm one of the luckiest men in Poland that is witnessing the fielding of Patriot and IBCS system. This is the point, and system integration and checkout process started, and by the end of this year, the first battery of Poland, supported by IBCS, will be in place. So this is what are the lessons. As the procurement of first battery, small NAREW, we are calling the small NAREW system, small NAREW, which means that there is a Polish radar, SOA, supported by Zenit C2 system, and with the effector of CAM, is already in the possession of the 18 Air Defense Regiment in Zamość. And first battery yesterday was transferred to the soldiers. As the tempo of the procurement, which was initiated in April, was accomplished yesterday, and the system is in the soldiers' hand on the eastern part of Poland. The second battery will be placed in Elbląg beginning of January next year. So those are the observations. Those are the lessons from the war, which are immediately turned to the reality. This is the power. So I'm really on the good situation to compare to my colleagues, which they planned, they calculated cost. Right now, this system is in the hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is definitely good news. And well, on the one hand, we should be sorry that only the war in Ukraine really was a really clear signal for all of us that we cannot postpone procurement of any military system, be it air or missile defense or land system, that we really have no time. That's my major take from all of these developments, and we are getting really serious about our defense. So thank you, General, for all this information and clarification about how we are dealing with the threat, which may be not as high as Martin said before, and maybe it is indeed overestimated, but still we shouldn't neglect the risk in the future. Okay, so last but not least, my last question from my side goes to General Falkowski. I would like to ask you about future perspective. We have 2 new members in NATO, which will be integrating this system into the NATO system. But in a foreseeable future, do you see any chance for Ukraine to be somehow integrated into NATO and air and missile architecture? Of course, when the war ends, the dust will settle. Maybe we should already start talking about this. As we see, Ukraine, even without NATO membership, is very well trained by NATO forces on many levels, also in this domain. So maybe we should sit and think about the whole eastern flank of NATO, adding Ukraine to that picture.
Thank you very much for invitation, first of all, to organizers, for dragging me off my retirement misery yet again. When I was dreaming about the retirement after 40 plus years of service, I was dreaming about slippers and that I would improve my competency to become the operator of the TV remote control. But from the day one of my retirement, I became the member of Defense Reform Advisory Board for Ukraine. This board is very exclusive club consisting of 6 representatives at 3-star level, which is US, UK, Canada, Germany, Lithuania, and Poland. And for 4 years now, we are more than 4 years, we are advising to the ministers of defense. During my term, there were 4 ministers of defense in Ukraine, and to commander-in-chief, 3 of them. So it shows a little bit about continuity in the Ukrainian system. As a DRAP, Defense Reform Advisory Board, we are updated about the situation, and I have to say that even COVID and the war didn't cease our activity, so we are still on VTC, trying to help our Ukrainian friends and partners to improve their system, their defense. Now, a couple of figures at the beginning. The total Russian loss, if we are talking from the beginning of the war, if we are talking about the air domain, our aircrafts, 265. The helicopters, 228. UAVs of operational and tactical level, more than 1,000, 1,026. And cruise missiles, 246. That was from yesterday. And this is only the fraction of the launches of the enemy sorties, and we can only imagine what would happen if the Ukrainian air defense didn't react. Of course, there are some losses on the Ukrainian side, but they are not publishing this, not to show the enemy what the effect might have been. War and lessons learned mentioned here in Ukraine clearly show the need for integrated air and missile defense. It is here like preaching to the preachers a little bit, because we heard all the industrial presentations, I heard my colleagues, but the integrated air and missile defense is providing the deterrence. This is very important factor. And defense of the population, armed forces, and the territory. Important keyword here is integrated. Poland clearly recognized that need. Couple of years ago, or many years ago, but the materialization of the ideas takes a little bit longer, as we all know, and decided on integrated air and missile defense covering medium and short-range capabilities. The first elements of these IMDs would be fielded in 2023. The same direction was taken by Sweden, which is becoming the NATO member soon, I hope, and Romania. They are also going to more or less the same system. However, what is different here, that Poland also decided for IBCS, mentioned here as well several times, integrated battle command system. And as it was said by Kazimierz, those missiles, those airplanes are blind and deaf without the brain, and that brain is provided actually by IBCS. Normally politicians love to make pictures with the well-shaped fighters in the backgrounds, or handsome tanks, or even slim missiles. But nobody talks about something which is actually invisible for anybody. This is something like connecting issues of all the dots, all the sensors, and this is the utmost importance to have such a threat. So the system is able to sense or to identify, to detect and to engage, if necessary, variety of different threats. Aircraft, cruise missiles, theater ballistic missiles, UAVs, and can even fight the electronic warfare. Now, talking about integration of Ukraine, I would not preclude the Ukrainian NATO membership yet. I know that would be very much political decision, but these are extraordinary times, and the extraordinary solutions are necessary. But as we all know, Ukraine has made a lot of progress. Ukraine is now enhanced opportunity partner for NATO. Only 6 countries are in that club, which is Georgia, Jordan, Australia, Sweden, Finland, and Ukraine. And they have the access to some interoperability issues, to some programs, to the exercises, to be integrated, to be interoperable, to be able to act together whenever necessary. Now, we have in NATO integrated air and missile defense system, which is called NATINAMS, which is the network of the interconnected national and NATO systems comprised of sensor command control systems and weapons systems. Each country NATO country has different weaponry in its possession. And the trick here is how to integrate all of it together, that the commander, Secure, who is in charge of these NATINAMs, can see what our sensors and radars can see on the so-called Eastern Front or Eastern Front. So let us see what will happen. We have still the special committee, policy committee for the IMD-DC, and I suppose that some partner countries like Ukraine would have privileged position in going through. And we have still Article 10 of the North Atlantic Treaty, which says about the open door policy of NATO. So I'm hoping that sooner rather than later, we will have strong ally on the Polish eastern border. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, we have Article 10 and whom, if not Ukraine, yes? After how much courage and military capabilities they shown during this military campaign. Okay, thank you very much, General, for this coverage. We have roughly 6 minutes. So, of course, I have still a lot of questions from my side, but it wouldn't be nice to consume all of time for me. So I would like to ask the audience if there are any questions for our panelists, and if so, please raise your hands and present yourself and ask a question briefly. Yes, I see somebody. Please, yeah, sir.
Oh, thank you. I'd like to ask about the launching of the Kinjal hypersonic missile a few months ago, and whether that's a significant threat.
I can speak to that.
Sure.
Kinjal is essentially an air-launched Iskander. It's dropped from a specially modified MiG-31, which has its internal systems completely changed, so it can no longer perform the standard air defense mission. Okay, yes, it's a significant threat, but the biggest problem the Russians have right now, they have the same problem with Kinjal that they have with the Kaliber, that they have with Iskander, which is that they have been cut off from purchasing and importing a very, very large number of electronic components, and their industry has become almost entirely dependent on importing these foreign components. And this is a huge problem for them, which is why you see less cruise missiles being fired, and the ones you see being fired are very, very old. So the one thing I can say is the most important thing, other than sending lots of weaponry to Ukraine, is to maintain the sanctions that are in place and to add to them wherever possible.
Okay, thank you. General?
And to support us, a couple of words concerning the hyper wars. John Allen wrote the book as Hyper Wars, and we are witnessing the situation that as the time for decision makers to make decision is almost close to the nanoseconds. So as we are willing to implement the artificial intelligence to support the decision-making process and the interaction from the detection of the threat and with calculation when to target the missile, do not harm the own society, do not harm the infrastructure, critical infrastructure. So yes, this is the challenge. Starting from the Wright brothers' first flight, there is always competition between the air power and air defense, and we are witnessing another point in this term. IBCS is one of the solutions of this.
Marcin, we would like to add
yes,
something.
I may add something about the hypersonics. So it's essentially, you must remember that Russians are using the conventional version of Kinjal in Ukraine, which my understanding is that the missile is foreseen for the nuclear strikes. And so I wouldn't draw too much conclusions from using the Kinjal. I think it was used mainly for the psychological effect, more on the as a deterrent for the NATO, signaling to the NATO. So as I said, and I hope we will hear from our colleagues from nuclear panel, but I'm much more afraid about the nuclear version of this, which may be a threat for the NATO countries.
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? I can't believe you don't have questions about missile defense. Is it all clear? Is there... Please.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Jakub Graca.
For over 130
I'm an analyst of the Institute of New Europe in Warsaw. I have a question to Mr. Piotrowski from the Polish Institute of International Affairs. What do you mean of the last statement of Senator Marco Rubio, who said that what he's most afraid of is not a nuclear attack against Ukraine or NATO by Russia, conducted by Russia, but a potential attack against supply chains, supply channels of weaponry within Ukraine or even in Poland. We all know that there are American troops in Rzeszów as well as Patriot batteries. So it seems surrealistic, a little bit surrealistic. But do you think there is even a chance of a possibility, a real possibility, and of such an attack? Senator Rubio is a high-profile senator, so that cannot be ignored, in my opinion.
Thank you for this easy question. So I would say that
at the end, 1 minute.
Essentially, we are seeing the slow motion kind of Cuban crisis, or the second nuclear crisis. So of course, that's for me quite risky. And as I said, there is a nuclear panel in this conference. But I think that we will see in the next, I don't know, weeks or months, we will see a spiral of slow motion but escalation of the threats and signaling from the Russians. Still, I think that somebody and so-called Russian Windows 2022 may help somebody to change the key decision maker in the Kremlin. So that's maybe too optimistic. I think that Senator Rubio has access to some U.S. intelligence estimates. But still, I think that looking from the historical experience, also the Afghanistan war, Soviets never struck Pakistan during the intervention, and when it was clear that Peshawar and other Pakistani cities were key hubs for the Mujahideen. Of course, that was a symmetrical conflict, and it's a very different situation here. So I would say that still I think it's that firstly the Americans have good access intelligence on what's going on within the Kremlin. So my understanding is that they send the clear signals about some of the consequences, but not all, what may happen with the strikes. So I would personally, I don't want to scare you, but personally, I would expect firstly the conventional strikes from the Russian side on the Romania or Poland, not the nuclear strikes. I think that they will still, even with Putin, with his obsession, personal stakes here, I think that it will be slow motion crisis which will evolve in the next few weeks or maybe even months.
Thank you, Marcin, for relieving a bit of our stress. Okay, the time is that we ran out of time, so we need to finish this panel. First of all, I would like to thank all panelists for their brilliant interventions, and I would like to underline that in this dramatic circumstances, anyway, we end with a positive note. With what our civilian experts explain about overestimation of Russian capabilities. and also from our military guests about building deterrence and resilience, which is still the most important thing on us on the eastern flank. So once again, thank you and see you in a year, I hope.
Thank you, Beata, and our speakers for this very insightful discussion. Air and missile defense is very obviously a top priority for today's discussions. But I think it's now time to move on with the second batch of industry presentations. I would like to call to the floor Pamela Wilgos, Executive Vice President of Marketing and Sales at Kongsberg Defense Aerospace. Pamela, please do come to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. It seems we're in a bit of a transition here, but given the time that we have, I'll give you a few words about the company itself and how we can contribute to this very complex national and global security situation that we find ourselves in. I've been in the defense industry my entire career, and I have to say that I have never experienced anything as complex as what we're seeing today. And certainly having a conversation about a potential nuclear attack in Europe is really hard to believe. It's hard to understand that we can be in that type of situation as it is today. So I'm going to talk about our company a bit, which is smaller than the earlier industrial companies that have presented here today. We're a small nation. Norway has just over 5.5 million people in its population. And we're a nation that's just as concerned, maybe more so concerned about the security situation we find ourselves in. We have the position of NATO in the north, and we also have a border with Russia as well. So we are very concerned about the national security, global security, and certainly the security of the NATO alliance. So with that, I'll give you a few words again about the company itself. We are, again, small to medium-sized as a company, just over 11,000 employees. And we are located in Norway with various companies and locations internationally across 40 different countries. We have over 200 years of history in the company, a very proud history over the time that we've been established. And the evolution of our portfolio has really extended not only because of the innovation of the company, the employees themselves, but also because of the partners that we have and the customers that we serve. Poland itself represents a very innovative change in our portfolio when they took our naval strike missile and for the first time defined a land-based launch capability with our naval strike missile. So again, the innovation and adaptability in our portfolio has come not only from ourselves, but also, again, with our customers that we serve and the partners that we have. If you look at the business over those 200 years, it's dependent on a number of different factors. 4 of those key factors are listed here on the chart, but I really want to highlight again going back to partnerships. I think that is important for all of us, not only within the alliance, but within the close allies that we have as nations. Those partnerships and the trust that's built up between our nations and between industries are essential for our global security. That is a very important factor for a nation like Norway, as small as what it is, and for our company, as small as what we are. Our partnerships are really a key to our success and the innovation that we need going forward to address the security situations we're finding ourselves in. Going back to the first piece, again, everything is really tied to our people. People are the essence of the company. And they're also what creates the company as we are and develops the partnerships that we do have. We have a number of key defense products and systems, which I will come back to. But along the far end of the chart, you also see some of the other areas which are essential in the company itself and in all companies. When you consider how important it is to ensure that all operations are happening within the framework of social and governance, that we're well within those boundaries to ensure that we have and maintain a license to operate. One word that we probably will start to hear more and more in the future as the crisis eventually begins to evolve into hopefully a more peaceful situation is sustainability. Climate change is going to be a threat for the global security picture as well in the future. And we can talk about the energy crisis as well that has come, as well as the attacks on the Nord Stream pipeline as well. So there are a number of factors that's not only beyond the traditional and conventional conflict that we're seeing, but we'll also begin to see additional conflicts arising coming because of climate change. So our company, again, very focused on doing what we can to contribute to minimize impact on climate and contributing to whatever positive effects we can. If you look at Norway as a country, we have the second longest coastline in the world. Small nation, long coastline. Thus, the interest and the investments that have been made in the maritime sector. Ocean economy, everything driven out of the maritime space, the maritime sector, is very important for Norway as a nation and also for our security. If you look further to the north, again tying back into climate change, less ice in the Arctic means more traffic, more open coastlines in the Arctic region. That, again, will also become very, very important for all of us in the future. So Norway's investments, along with our company's investments in addressing what we need to have for maritime security, whether it's surveillance from space on maritime activities, harbor and coastal surveillance, are essential for our national security as well as for NATO. Autonomy is also an area that we're seeing evolving over time. So anything that we're investing in tied into the maritime sector with autonomous shipping, again, trying to alleviate any impact on the climate, also has a spillover into the defense world. Autonomous capabilities are coming stronger and stronger into the defense sector as well, and that's an area we're also investing in and considering how we can leverage into the defense portfolio. So if we look at our defense portfolio, we have a number of niche products. We are not, again, a large company, so we have to focus on very high-end, very capable systems that support Norway's and NATO's security, defense security. So when we focus on our product developments, we do so along with our customers and again with our partners to ensure that we have what we consider the best of these defense capabilities in their niche areas. So whether it's moving from air defense to strike missile capabilities, remotely controlled weapon systems, all of those have to be at the top of their class to be able to compete in the defense sector and to be able to provide our customers the capabilities that they need. So again, we have to have the best of those capabilities. So going closer into the portfolio that we do have and that's been built up over the years that we've established ourselves as a company, air defense, again, has been mentioned on the panel just previously. We are a part of that integrated, layered air defense solution with our NASAM system. It is the most sold air defense system within the NATO nations, and the very first air defense capability that was a networked air defense capability and solution. Strike missiles that we have within our portfolio, again, designed based on the very unique requirements coming from Norway with its very complex coastline and a very large ocean space that it needs to monitor and protect. Fifth generation strike missiles, and the only strike missile that can fit within the bomb bay of the F-35. All of those, again, driven by our customers' requirements. Space was also discussed earlier today by Raytheon when they talk about the importance of having that overwatch capability from a much higher elevation. Also very critical for us, again, going back into the maritime sector and monitoring all of the activity coming through the polar orbits. Kongsberg has the largest ground network based on pulling down data and delivering the data coming off those polar satellites around the world to our various customers. Remotely controlled weapon systems, again, a very important soldier protection type of capability, enabling remotely controlled weapons, allowing soldiers to remain within the protection of any armored vehicle or any platform that they're operating, rather than exposing themselves directly to any type of enemy fire. Command and control, also an important part of our portfolio, really coming back from the 70s when we first started with our combat management system capability. IBCS, command and control, any interoperability, all of those aspects are essential in our portfolio of capabilities as well. One last comment before I close as well is the fact that having a very strong defense industry, building partnerships to ensure that you have a strong national defense industry is very, very critical, and we acknowledge that. Our partnerships within Poland are very important to us. We've established and have recently opened our missile maintenance facility here in country. Having that capability locally, being able to support those systems locally is essential. National security is tied very closely to a strong defense industry. And we're very happy to be a part of that here in Poland, as well as our allied nations and our other customer nations. Thank you very much for their time and attention today, and for the opportunity to speak to you during the security conference. Thank you.
Pamela, thank you so much. That was extremely informative and insightful. And now I would like to call to the stage Kate Smith, Campaign Director for International Partnerships at Babcock International. Kate, please do join us on stage.
Dzień dobry. Good morning. I was at the lovely reception last night at the end of the first day of the conference and found there were one or two people there who didn't know our company as well as we'd like them to. So it's great to have this opportunity to introduce Babcock to you, this select audience. Please go out and tell your friends afterwards. Great, it works. So Babcock is a UK-based international defence company supporting the armed forces in the UK as well as key NATO allies and beyond. We employ over 28,000 people in the UK and overseas. We have a leading naval business and provide value-add services across the UK and through our mature presence in France, Canada, Australasia and South Africa. We operate in and export to other international markets as well. And this image you see is HMS Queen Elizabeth, the Royal Navy's aircraft, one of the two aircraft carriers. This was, and indeed is, the largest engineering and shipbuild program in the UK ever. Babcock played a critical role in the Aircraft Carrier Alliance, working collaboratively to deliver this project and strengthening our position as the UK's leading naval support provider to the Royal Navy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you don't need me to tell you that Russia's unprovoked aggression in Ukraine has changed the defense landscape in the region out of all recognition in the last year. We've seen NATO expansion, the adoption of NATO's new strategic concept, the fresh look at capability requirements and increases in defense budgets in the region across the alliance's eastern flank in particular. And the UK government and military have played a key role in direct support of Ukraine, leading and mobilizing the international community's response. So, as a British business, that makes Northern, Central and Eastern Europe a strategic focus for us in Babcock in the broadest sense of security. That's defense, but also energy and critical national infrastructure. Babcock's intent is to partner with industries, governments and militaries in the region to support their response to this changing environment and to help them, you, achieve their capability ambitions. And we do this hand in glove with the UK government, helping it deliver on its strategic partnerships with countries like Poland and Ukraine, and through close collaboration with the UK Ministry of Defence, the Royal Navy and the British Army. And our programmes can be supported with attractive long-term finance packages guaranteed by UK Export Finance, that's the UK's export credit agency, spreading procurement costs over more manageable periods. And for the main markets in this region, lending packages of at least 4 billion are available. So we start from a strong base in this region, as you can see from the map. In Poland, Babcock is already supporting the Polish Mierzchnik frigate programme, and we've signed a tripartite agreement with the UK and Ukrainian governments to support the Ukrainian Naval Capability Enhancement Programme. So a little bit more about Poland. With Poland, we're developing an export package of warship design, build and sovereign support, providing a blueprint for future opportunities. We're forging a long-term industrial relationship between the country and the UK. And working with our Polish colleagues, the Arrowhead 140 will be built in Polish shipyards by local workforce and contribute directly to the well-being and prosperity of the Polish shipbuilding community and country as a whole. This programme will help forge collaboration and interoperability between both navies. Our commitment to Poland is long-term. We have just set up a local entity here from which we will grow our presence and continue to transfer technology and know-how. And we have applied the same partnership approach with Ukraine. So following the signing of the tripartite Ukrainian Naval Capabilities Enhancement Programme, we entered into a cooperation agreement with Ukroboronprom to work together to invigorate the supply chain for Ukraine by working with local communities to help deliver jobs, skills and wider economic benefits. Now, we aspire to do more with both countries, Poland and Ukraine, but our ambition is to bring our work in this, to work in the same way with new partners in the region. We follow a game-changing and collaborative approach to defence through leveraging that UK government support, not only to deliver world-class capabilities to our customers, but by also bringing real economic and social benefit. Everywhere we work, we prioritise skills development, local job creation, and helping our partners develop their own export markets to create a sustainable industrial legacy. But Babcock is not only a naval shipbuilding and sustainment provider, we're also a provider of all vehicle maintenance, repair and overhaul services for the British Army in the UK and when deployed overseas. And of course, the Ukraine conflict has demonstrated the vital need in land warfare for protected mobility. And that cannot be delivered without reliable support arrangements, which can be delivered at distance to the front line. So working with military authorities and industry, including the full range of OEMs, we see ourselves as the potential architect and leader of jointly operated support and maintenance centres for land-based vehicles in countries throughout Eastern Europe. And as experts at delivering in-country manufacturing effect, positioned between the OEM and the local business, we offer transfer of knowledge and technology, individual and collective training, obsolescence management, maintenance programming, spares and stores management, and digitization of vehicles. And while this has been a war that has demonstrated the basic importance of military mobility and firepower and its availability, it's also been a digital war. Now, Babcock's Mission Systems division is a trusted provider of integrated solutions for global defence and security as a technology-driven business unit. Also equipment agnostic as a systems integrator, Babcock's Mission Systems collaborates with the very best in industry to provide a wide portfolio of solutions across all domains. And the need, as we've just heard in the previous session, the need for accurate and comprehensive surveillance and targeting, for robust and integrated communications across domains, anti-electronic warfare capabilities, and a variety of autonomous systems have now been proven on the battlefield. So Babcock's Mission Systems develops and delivers a variety of effector solutions, including autonomous systems and weapon handling and launch systems for submarines. And we're not only in defence. Babcock is the largest UK-owned civil and defence nuclear services provider in the UK, operating on all key UK nuclear sites. Through our wholly owned subsidiary Cavendish Nuclear, we're a leading provider for civil nuclear, new build, operation and maintenance, decommissioning, with a growing international presence in Japan and the US. We recently entered into partnership with the US-based X Energy to deploy XE100 advanced modular reactor technology. And we're supporting many other nuclear technology providers who have interests in the UK and across Europe. Again, our collaborative and OEM agnostic approach is well suited to this growing market. So to sum up, this is what we do. We deliver availability, affordability, and capability, and we do it in partnership. We work together with governments and militaries to help them design and deliver their required defence and security capabilities. Our policy, defence and security experts support them in making the right decisions and choices, and our world-leading engineers deliver those capabilities in collaboration. And ladies and gentlemen, this is why we do it. This is Babcock's purpose. Roll video, please.
For over 130 years, we have helped to defend nations, protect communities, and save lives all around the world. But we know there is more we need to do. People, populations, our planet, they are all at risk. They need us more than ever. And we are determined to play our part as one united team to create a safe and secure world together. This is our purpose. It's why we exist and what we always strive for. It drives every idea, every conversation, every action. And with our committed people, collaborative partnerships, exceptional engineering expertise, and incredible strengths in defense, security, and aerospace, we are changing how we live and work for the better. Together, we are creating a safe and secure world for everyone. We are Babcock.
Thank you for listening. We have a stand outside. Please come and talk to us if you'd like to hear more. Thank you very much. Dziękuję.
Thank you so much again for those presentations, Kate. That was great. And now I think that we can shift our attention from the aerospace to the Navy with the second panel discussion of the day, Naval Forces and Shipbuilding Industry, how to strike a balance between military demands and social prosperity. The discussion will be moderated by Małgorzata Darowska, fellow with the Casimir Polansky Foundation. Before I call her to the stage, I would like to remind those of you that are here in person that if you'd like to ask a question, matter of fact, we invite you to ask a question. There is a microphone to the side of the stage. And of course, to everyone who's either here in person or watching online and wants to participate in the conversation, use the hashtag @WSF 2022. And now it's time to give Małgorzata a warm welcome to the stage.
Good morning. My name is Małgorzata Darowska, and I will chair this panel about the Navy industry. I would like to welcome my venerable guests, Mr. Admiral Budwin Butz, Mr. Cezary Cieżan, Director of Miecznik Program, Polish Armament Group, Vice Admiral Krzysztof Jagworski, Commander of Maritime Component Command Poland, and Mr. John Hoey, President of the Society of Maritime Industries, UK. Well, I think that the title of the panel is the Naval Forces and Shipbuilding Industry, how to strike the balance between military demands and social prosperity. I think, of course, the Navy is just an example of industrial policy, but I think this seemingly simple question, how to strike a balance between military demands and social prosperity, will lead us to very many issues about the industrial policy, which are in normal times are quite difficult to answer, quite easy to answer, but in times we have now maybe much more challenging. So the first question goes to Mr. Budwin Butz. Could you tell us from your experience, from your operational experience, naval operations, how do you see the future of Navy? What are the technologies that how the Navy can change given the technological development nowadays?
Thank you. Thanks for the question as well. I'll try to be brief. And I'll divide the question in two. First, what are the operational needs in 10 years' time? Which is probably a tough question. It used to be easier than nowadays. If you would have asked me 1 year ago, where would we be today, I would have probably largely be wrong, unfortunately. 10 years ahead. So I don't have a crystal ball, but we do see developments going on. And it's almost regardless the domain. So a few of the strains there probably is that you have to be more ready with your Navy. And you have to be more able to sustain operations with your navies. And you also have to be better than you were before. So on the first topic, more ready could be translated into just more platforms, so that you always have ready to act platforms. You don't have a choice anymore to pick out the war you would fight for. It's wars of necessity, so you have to be in a higher readiness all the time. And the sustainment part of it is that your balance needs to be more directed towards long-lasting operations. We are currently building extra support ships to be ready to sustain operations with frigates and other ships. With regards to the quality of the work you do with the Navy, I think developments there are, of course, the multi-domain aspect. You need to be more looking over your own fences into other domains. You need to be ready to digest enormous amounts of information and be ready to act based on that. So robust and domain overstretching networks are key. You need to plug and play almost in the joint air and missile defense arena, as if you talk air defense with ships. You need to be, stay able to project power ashore, and probably in larger amounts than assault range dimensions, but short and fast projection of power ashore is absolutely key for Navy work. And all these developments will require a lot of innovation, and that's the second part. The triple helix concept is something we really admire and would like to continue. So on one hand you have innovation, research and applied science institutes, which we have a long-lasting relation with, completely transparent, with focus from the user perspective, the operational needs in the future. And this will develop to producible technologies. And for us, very important for the maritime domain is new radar technologies, so that your detection ranges grow significantly. Integration of sensors and shooters in network environments, and able to be able to strike deeper, so deep strike capabilities. In the underwater domain, developments towards large range sonars, active, passive, low frequency. And in the surface domain, detection is always the key challenge there. On the other side of this triple helix triangle, we have the industries, represented here as well, of course. Industrial politics is of course important also for my country. But in the end, the requirements will be most important. We are in the pre-procurement process of new submarines, for example. You can't do it on your own anymore, so it's international coalitions of industries. The third part, of course, and probably chairing this helix, is the user, the navies of this world. So this concept really pays off and works. There's a lot of things going on apart from the submarines. We are replacing frigates. We are looking for partners to do this with navies. We are building MCM ships together with Belgium. Probably France is jumping in there as well. Unmanned is a big thing there. So this will be motherships with remote controlled and almost autonomous drones systems. So there's a lot going on. Finally, focus points for us being not just too big an ally in NATO, for example, is we are looking for international cooperation, far more than we did before. It's not just the neighboring countries, but we are looking for international cooperation because, and that's my second point, and it's a sensitive issue, probably you will need to specify also with navies. And specialization is something that comes back from the days of budget cuts, but now it's to become better in certain aspects in the maritime domain. So you could, from cooperation to integration to specialization, reliant, accountable partnership.
Thank you very much for this 360-degree outlook for industrial cooperation and challenges. And the second question goes to Mr. Admiral Krzysztof Jaworski. Mr. Boots were speaking about challenges, about the future. So in the concrete program, how to react during implementation, given your experiences in the past, from the past, how to implement innovations during the implementation of previously planned program, how to react? Could you share your experiences and comment more about the industrial policy as well?
Yes, it's an excellent question anyway, but starting from looking at security environment now at the Baltic Sea, I'm not talking about details, it's not my domain, I'm operational commander, so let's say about some capabilities, abilities. And looking at this current situation at Baltic Sea, for sure we need some bigger, new equipped with state-of-the-art technology equipment. And looking, for instance, for our previous program, Gavron, which now is Ślązak Corvette, so it's small combatant ship, as we know. And nowadays, we are building, no, so not we, but our industry, my colleague will say about this, building a frigate. And what is frigate? It's a bigger ship with more capable. Looking at current threat, and we know that we need, for instance, good anti-air warfare. I mean, to protect our ships, to protect our forces, and react against A2AD bubble, which is on the Baltic Sea. And for the other capabilities, it's important to have anti-submarine warfare, especially now. Like a week ago, we know what was happening at Baltic Sea, and we need some capabilities to look underwater, to react in advance sometimes, and to be sure that in that case, our pipes, our lines of providing energy to our countries it's important. So I would say innovation, yes, new equipment, yes, and we are looking forward for that.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Hoey, I would like to, because you represent, among others, UK naval industry. Could you tell us, because Great Britain has excellent experiences, history in shipbuilding and cooperation between the state and the industry. Could you tell us what are the best practices that enable innovations, enable implementation of new technologies nowadays in the future? Looking also from the perspective of the bigger strategy of the UK government and regarding the shipbuilding industry and the industrial policy in general.
Thank you, and thanks for the invitation. I guess that the first thing is, a few years ago, the UK recognised that in order to get the best warfighting capabilities for the Royal Navy, they needed to work collaboratively with industry. And that meant making sure that industry had a stable flow of work into the shipyards, which would allow investment to take place and which would allow innovation to flourish. They've done that through two recent programmes, so the Type 26 Anti-Submarine Warfare Frigate Programme and the Type 31 Frigate Programme, which I work for Babcock, and that's a programme we're delivering. And they're both quite different approaches to platform procurement. If I take Type 26, it's a high-end anti-submarine warfare frigate being built over a long duration. And the challenge that brings is that we know that the minute a naval programme is announced, technology is shifting at such a fast pace that by the time the ships enter service, some of the technology is already partially obsolete. And so you have to think about how you procure the ship, the design, the build of the platform, but separately the points where you crystallise the requirement for key weapons and sensors, knowing that technology is moving at an ever increasing pace, and a one-size-fits-all approach to procurement just doesn't work. Type 31 is quite different. What the UK government decided to do was deliberately buy a frigate that would be exportable, and we're already working in partnership with PGZ and with the Polish Navy on the Miexik programme. Type 31 and Arrowhead 140, which is the export derivative, are deliberately designed to be ships that can be built and enter into service quickly, so that you capture technology at a point in time, and the platform has the size and the flexibility for technology to be inserted progressively through its life. On the basis that the ship will last 40, 50 years, the technology cycle is now maybe 5, 10 years at most. The way the Type 31 programme worked, the ships were built, the government set a specific budget. So they said, we don't want to spend any more than £250 million per ship, and that challenge was placed with industry. We bought in a design which is actually the basis of the Iver Huitfeldt class in Denmark. A near 6,000 ton ship, the requirement was for a 4,000-ton ship, so we've built in lots of space, and in Poland get that same benefit of having a large flexible platform. But from contract award to first ship in the water is only 3.5 years, which is remarkably fast for a complex warship. And so you don't have that same issue about trying to deal with system obsolescence, because the flash to bang time of getting the ship into service is really quick. What that programme is allowed to do, and the fact that there was an order placed for 5 platforms with the potential for export, it allowed us to invest significantly in shipbuilding capability and creating a state-of-the-art capability that is part of the transfer of technology package that will come to Poland in partnership with PGZ and Remontour. And it creates, if you like, a sort of a NATO standard frigate capability, not just in the platform, but in the way it's built and exported. So two quite different approaches. And the Type 31 built on the experience we had from building the new Royal Navy aircraft carriers, which are highly modular and were aimed at allocating work around the industry to provide social value, prosperity, and distributing work in a way that created genuine political benefit for stakeholders.
As a benefit for the stakeholders, as the key points of the UK policy. So you mentioned about the building capabilities, building in the Navy, in the shipbuilding industry. The last question, this turn goes to Mr. Cezary Cierzan, heading the Miecznik program. And the question is, zadam po polsku pytanie, jak pan widzi perspektywę, planując teraz szczegółowo pracę dalej w programie, jak pan ocenia potencjał polskiego przemysłu, zarówno z grupy PGZ, jak i spoza grupy PGZ w tym programie? Jakie korzyści z tego programu może odnieść gospodarka i jakie inwestycje być może są potrzebne, żeby ten program z jednej strony został zrealizowany, ale żeby też korzyści dla polskiego podatnika się zadziały?
Dziękuję za to pytanie. For those who do not speak Polish, forgive me, but I decided to not touch you with my accent, so it will be easier for me and better for you. Więc po polsku, tak. Jeśli chodzi o przemysł, to możemy przyznać, że jesteśmy jednym z beneficjentów też modernizacji marynarki wojennej. Jako przemysł, tak jak sugeruje pani w pytaniu, oczywiście pozyskamy bardzo dużo nowych zdolności, technologii produkcyjnych, ale też będziemy w stanie dzięki takim programom jak Miecznik przeskalować swoje możliwości i również, może to zabrzmi dosyć ambitnie, ale również zawalczyć o rynki eksportowe. Każda przygoda, tak to nazwijmy kolokwialnie, z tego typu zamówieniami w innych krajach, patrząc na inne firmy, jak rozwijały swoją działalność, zaczynała się od produkcji dla własnego kraju, dla własnej marynarki, a dopiero następnie te firmy, bazując na tym know-how, które pozyskało w ramach narodowego programu, walczyło o zamówienia na rynkach trzecich. Więc bezwzględnie przemysł pozyska nowe technologie, będzie w stanie dzięki tej skali programowi długoletniemu, będzie trwało około 10 lat łącznie, będziemy w stanie również zaimplementować szereg rozwiązań automatyzacji, robotyzacji procesów produkcyjnych, ale również ta warstwa, o której mówi się najmniej, ja często o niej mówię, ponieważ dzisiaj jestem operacyjnie odpowiedzialny za zarządzanie tym programem. Również te zdolności do zarządzania tak kompleksowymi programami, które są kompleksowe zarówno pod względem technologicznym, dla tych, którym umyka to uwadze często też w debacie publicznej. Chyba nie ma w Wojsku Polskim bardziej kompleksowego, technologicznie zaawansowanego systemu uzbrojenia niż okręt. Okręt posiada większość systemów walki powietrznej, które Wojsko Polskie implementuje w innych rodzajach sił zbrojnych. zarówno sensory, jak i efektory w tym zakresie, systemy artyleryjskie, systemy walki podwodnej, ale również systemy walki nawodnej, chociażby nadbrzeżne dywizjony rakietowe. To wszystko de facto mieści się na jednej platformie. W związku z powyższym kompleksowość z całego procesu zarządzania od strony technologicznej, ale od strony również przemysłowej, tej biznesowej, tej relacji biznesowych, o których zresztą tutaj przedmówca wspominał, które dzisiaj tego typu programy są zazwyczaj realizowane w układzie międzynarodowym, już nie tylko pomiędzy kilkoma firmami. Najlepszym przykładem jest program Miecznik. Mamy 3 polskie podmioty, PGZ, Stocznia Wojenna i Remontowa Shipbuilding, a z drugiej strony mamy 3 kluczowych partnerów zagranicznych, którzy dostarczają różnego rodzaju systemy, a my to w kraju wszystko integrujemy od strony biznesowej i od strony technologicznej. Więc tutaj bezwzględnie ten proces budowania polskich narodowych zdolności do udziału w modernizacji wojska, w tym wypadku szczególnie marynarki wojennej, na pewno będzie jest nie do przecenienia. Tak? Będzie to na pewno generacyjny skok, tak zwane Industry 4.0. Także tutaj w zasadzie tyle, co chciałem powiedzieć w tym temacie.
Dziękuję bardzo. Thank you very much. And so, after this, I think it's Miecznik program is a major project. It's one big flagship project which entails many details and will last for many years. I have a question to Mr. Admiral Boots. When the cooperation is in the process, we have, so what would you recommend to do to absorb all potential operational requirements, needs in the program which is being implemented? What should be done to benefit from this?
That's a very good question, and it ties in with, I think, the remark that was just made that building warships is complex, because in every ship you design is already too small when you start to build it, because technologies and systems develop so fast. So the modular approach is very important. We get a renewed focus on one of the vulnerabilities, for example, on the seabed with the critical infrastructure there, as we learned. So you need to be able to change the concept of the ship, ideally. And that's based on what your question, what is the latest operational lessons identified, which you want to incorporate side by side with new technologies and inventions in your existing ships, which is always a challenge. So I think a continuing cycle of talks with innovation, research and applied science in institutions, the end user being us, the sailors, tied in with industry, whether they can translate ideas to technologies that they can really build and fit in the ships is vital. So the high frequency talks where you get together in your Helix system to share the experiences translated to new operational demands is key. But it remains a challenge because it's not easily done to change elements, components in your existing ships. But we've seen alike, and I think John explained that as well, the modular approach is key there.
So the operational change during the program, this is the challenge, how to organize, how to keep the discipline, the budget, in the time. So may I ask you, Mr. Hoey, the change management, it's something that is very challenging in Poland because we have operational needs and we have innovations, we have the social demands. How to react? I'm asking all of you probably, how to react properly during the process, how to implement the change to prove the customer and to prove the society that this change is required, is justified, and it doesn't stop the program or doesn't change, and nobody can be blamed for previous assessment in the program. How you would do this?
So I probably go back to where I started with the two different contract models. I think that there's two ways you can run naval shipbuilding programs. You either decide to settle a requirement on day one and not allow it to be changed, and that gives industry the best chance of delivering on time and within budget. And Type 31 is what we call a no-change contract, so the customer has actually removed their right to make changes to the specification so that it can be built quickly and efficiently, because they've learned that introducing technical change during the process causes delay and drives cost. The downside with that is that, of course, you get that obsolescence risk, and so the alternative is that you build in technologies as they emerge, but recognise that there is a cost that goes with that, and there's a programme delay piece that comes with it. The model that I personally favour, the Admiral talked a lot about modularity, building platforms in a modular way that makes technology insertion easier, so open architecture systems, and the combat system that will be in the new Polish frigates is genuinely open architecture, and so it's much more plug and play, and that's been the thing that's tended to drive cost in the past. And we've got examples. We are currently life extending the Type 23 frigates, which are the backbone of the Royal Navy. We're fitting new surface-to-air missile system, new propulsion system, new radar. It's a complex task. On the plus side, you talked about the social benefits. Those long-term programs with periodic technology insertion do create stable, long-term, highly skilled jobs. And shipyards tend to be in areas where there's sort of lower social mobility, and so it creates long-term job security, and of course, defence companies are spending the taxpayers' money, and so there has to be that return to society. So yeah, I think modularity for me is at the heart of it, and having systems that have been designed to make it inherently easier for customers to change requirements when the operational need changes, which it inevitably will.
Innovation. So all the time we are tackling the innovation issue. So and the change, which I assume that there are no mistakes at the very beginning, but all the challenges are during the process are the result of the transition in the shift in technologies we are facing nowadays. So I would like the social benefit issue, because we are talking about the military demands and the industry, but the shipbuilding industry. But where else? Because the first question to Mr. Admiral Boots was about the future technology. But where to look for technology in the military industry, defense industry, or elsewhere? What do you think? How to look for and how to assess, because normally in the past military technology were a little bit, let's say, closed, and military technology sent technologies to the civil. Nowadays it's quite different. The civil technologies, there are no that much difference between civil and military technology. So how to be open for example, startups or for academy, and where to look, how to engage the maybe not startup, but young companies and academia to the program. And maybe okay, Mr. Boots.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely right. We're no longer designing military technologies or innovations behind closed doors. Very often we are leaning on civilian developments and ideas and creativeness to finalize that to a military solution. I strongly believe in the active support and participation in completely open, very young, dynamic innovation hubs. they're very close to universities or startup facilities. We do have a couple of, even in a small country like ours, a couple of them where we actively participate, even with military, to think with smart people, startups, within lines of focal points to see where we can develop and innovate technologies towards something we can really use. And even if there's just 5%, that really turns out to be really a technologically producible aspect of a system, then you already win. So this open and transparent, creative co-creation, I would almost say, is something we strongly believe in.
So co-creation is something which is probably may sound new to startups, for example, right? Because how to co-create, how to cooperate with shipbuilding industry, with the Navy, how to do that. I asked this question because if we talk about the value for taxpayer, I just wanted to mention that the Polish government spends lots of money for R&D. So the programs like Miecznik are probably the chance for R&D spendings to accelerate to mature technologies. So perhaps Admiral Jaworski would like to comment on that as well.
Yes, but from my point of view as an end user, I would say that what is important for us, I mean some kind of unification, that for instance you can use the same systems in different services, for instance. So as far as I know, on Miecznik there will be some implementation of systems which already exist or will be equipped with other forces or other services. So even from my point of view as a commander, it's easier, more efficient to command and control when I have the similar or same system in different effectors, I would say, both ships or some coastal units. It's easier for me. So unification, flexibility, and in that case, some kind of compatibility. It's important for me.
Mr. Hoy?
Yeah, I was just thinking about a couple of interesting examples. We have just now working with small companies who specialise in deployable autonomous systems. And I've looked at some of the really fabulous unmanned airborne systems that you can buy from large companies that cost tens of millions of dollars and can stay aloft for 12, 13 hours. We're working with a company just now who've got a system that we've now sold to customers on their behalf that can stay aloft for 10 days and costs under $2 million. It's effectively disposable. And that company employs 20, 30 people. They're a US company. And one of the things that I think we've found is the small companies that provide the lifeblood of any country's economy are often wary of working with large defence primes because they see them as people who will ultimately absorb their technology and sort of steal their intellectual property. We've got a very deliberate policy of not doing that. 50% of the money we spend in our supply chain is with small and medium-sized companies, and they're great places to incubate innovation. And it means that if you work with enough small companies, not all technology innovation succeeds, but if you've got a broad enough supply base, you can back more winners than losers. And I think these days, as the Admiral said, the days of developing technology for defence and flowing it into the commercial market, they haven't gone, but it's predominantly the other way. So commercial sector technology coming in, and we are seeing that in autonomous systems. We're seeing it in the way that data is managed and exploited. And I think those small startup companies are going to be so important to the way the defence sector evolves.
Thank you. And Mr. Cierzan, could you comment on this as well? We started with military demands, and now we are talking about startups. I believe we will move back to serious issues, but could you comment on this innovation side as well?
Oczywiście, że tak. Powiem żartobliwie, że niektórzy ciągle PGZ nazywają startupem. Nie jesteśmy jako organizacja, jako PGZ nie powstaliśmy całkiem tak dawno. Jeszcze chyba dekada nie minęła, albo już zaraz mija dopiero. Oczywiście, że technologie, innowacje przy każdym takim programie bazując na wymogach zamawiającego się pojawiają. Oczywiście też prowadzimy w Polsce, ja ją obserwuję, nie wypada mi w niej uczestniczyć, ale prowadzimy taką debatę, ile faktycznie tych polskich innowacji pojawi się na mieczniku i dlaczego tak mało. Ja jestem zupełnie innego zdania. Jeśli chodzi o okręty, też to ciągle podkreślamy. Okręty się buduje, nie produkuje, więc budowa polega na integrowaniu komponentów. I wydaje mi się, że dzisiaj najistotniejszą rzeczą jest właśnie zdolność do integrowania różnego rodzaju podsystemów walki. Tak, żebyśmy byli w stanie korzystać właśnie z najlepszych, najnowocześniejszych technologii. I wbrew pozorom, mam nadzieję, że nikogo nie urażę, ale takie słowo próbowano wprowadzić do języka technicznego w latach 80., czyli międzymordzie. Czyli to całe międzymordzie, czyli wszystkie interfejsy, które łączą poszczególne podsystemy, są dzisiaj czasami bardziej zaawansowane. Cała inżynieria tego systemu systemów jest jedną wielką innowacją, bo de facto każdy okręt ma różną konfigurację systemów walki, połączenie tego wszystkiego odpowiednimi interfejsami i nałożenie na to odpowiedniego systemu wspomagania, zarządzania walką jest właśnie tą kluczową z naszej perspektywy, tych, którzy budują okręty, nie produkują komponenty, jest kluczowa. Także my jako polski przemysł, całe konsorcjum, właśnie jakby głównym celem tej naszej działalności jest właśnie zaangażowanie polskich spółek, nie tylko z grupy, również naszych innych strategicznych partnerów, ale też właśnie nowych. Tu wspomnieliśmy o startupach. Może nie są to już startupy, ale też kooperujemy już na tym etapie właśnie inżynierii systemów, dostarczania w tym zakresie właśnie integracyjnym dokumentacji projektowej. Współpracujemy z szeregiem małych podmiotów, małych firm, które okazuje się, że są bardzo efektywne i mają duży know-how. Brały wcześniej udział w wielu innych mniejszych projektach. Dzisiaj wrzuciliśmy niektóre z firm na głębszą wodę i poprosiliśmy o dostarczenie pewnych elementów integracji systemów, dzisiaj dokumentacji. Jeśli to wyjdzie, to pewnie zaufamy i powierzymy jakby z instalację tych interfejsów. Więc staram się mówić o tych mniej oczywistych rzeczach. Ciągle widzimy te główne innowacje w głównych systemach walki. Chociaż jedna innowacja, jeśli chodzi o systemy walki, taka bardzo fizyczna, naoczna jest na okręcie, też polski OSU-35, armata kalibru 35 mm dostarczana przez polski przemysł, ale w tym, przepraszam, wiem, że to słowo brzmi brutalnie, ale w tym całym międzymordziu jest cała masa innowacji właśnie polskich spółek, gdzie będziemy my bezpośrednio w to zaangażowani.
Thank you very much. So I think the time for questions from the room.
Hello, Jacek Karczewski. I'd like to ask a question. Although the forum is mostly dedicated to the military conflict, I'd like to ask how the Navy demands and the industry design have been influenced by new roles that have been taken upon by navies, like anti-piracy in the Horn of Africa, or maritime rescue of refugees, or new environments like the melting Arctic.
To whom is the question?
Well, both to the representatives of the Navy and the industry, of course.
Mr. Hoey?
Thank you. Really good question. And just if I use as an example the platform that Poland is buying, the Arrowhead 140 platform, if you look at the design of that ship in comparison to frigates that would have been designed 10, 15 years ago, what you'll see is a massive focus on modular boat bays on the side, which has taken into account the whole move towards anti-piracy, what we would call sort of the constabulary roles of helping the civil authorities, disaster relief, and those factors weren't taken into account in ship design 20 years ago. But obviously, what navies are doing now is, I think, is a much broader role, and we've seen it when there's been hurricanes in the Caribbean. We've seen it in the Far East with tsunamis, etc. And so I think navies have had to adapt, and ship design has adapted with it. So flight decks have got bigger to operate bigger, heavier helicopters. There's more space available on board for accommodation, for hospital care, and so I think it has influenced ship design and will continue to do so.
Mr. Booth, would you like to comment on this?
Yeah, I'm thinking about this question. I don't know if I got it right, actually. Is your question, do we learn from operations from the recent past?
Well, you have new roles now, I mean, even the Dutch Navy has roles in your now part of your country, that is St. Martin's, and there are even on the Discovery Channel, which is connected with this forum, there is a documentary regarding patrolling. So have your requirements changed because now new roles for you have come up, and roles that you did not have 20 years ago?
I got it. Thanks. Yes, but it doesn't go that fast. We know that the tasks and responsibilities of navies are quite broad. And the new roles, as you probably would call them new roles, sometimes it's humanitarian relief, sometimes it's counter drugs, sometimes it's search and rescue. It's more or less work you can do with almost any kind of ship. And the rabbit hole we probably, I'm very honest now, partly stepped in was to use times where there was a budgetary pressure to build ships specifically for those roles, more efficient, more lean, patrol ships, but they are not warships. So we are very efficient and effective in those lower spectrum responsibilities. For us, the Caribbean, but also the North Sea, but also you could counter pirates with those kind of ships, but they're not ready and equipped for the high intensity war. So you would say, is it wise to do your shopping with a Ferrari? The answer was no. The answer is yes. You need to have first-class warships to be able to be the best in that domain. And with that, you do the shopping, and I don't want to criticize that too much, like counter-drugs and counter-piracy, search and rescue, fishery patrol, all those other tasks that are equally important, but they are next to your main task, win the war.
Let me add something, because actually I think that the main mission of the Navy hasn't changed for decades, I would say. So what is the mission? The main, I would say, is for every country is just to protect national interest. And of course there are some other threats that are just appearing regarding some specific situation, but I think that like you, Admiral, said that more efficient ship should deal with these threats with any problems, and I think that industry can provide these capabilities for our combatants, our ships.
Mogę dodać, że dzisiaj mówimy o fregatach, tak, o dużym potencjale do prowadzenia konwencjonalnych działań, tak, bojowych, ale taka fregata posiada wystarczający zapas na zaokrętowanie dodatkowych elementów, chociażby wojsk specjalnych, posiada przestrzeń do tak zwanych modułów misji skonteneryzowanych, gdzie można łącznie ze szpitalami jakby instalować skonteneryzowane systemy misji do najróżniejszych zadań, więc to, co też się przewijało w tej dyskusji, no, jak ta dyskusja też w Polsce trwała od paru lat. Korweta, a może jeszcze coś mniejszego, a może coś większego. No ostatecznie okazało się, że zawsze jak podchodziliśmy do czegoś za małego, jeśli chodzi o klasę okrętu, to potem nie wszystko się mieściło. Dzisiejsza fregata zapewnia zapas wyporności, przestrzeni i mocy energetycznej taki, który pozwala na implementowanie właśnie dodatkowych modułów misji poniżej progu wojny, ale również przyszłe modernizacje, jeśli technologie się zmienią lub ktoś uzna, że chce jeszcze bardziej ją dozbroić.
Okay, thank you. Next question at the end of the room, please.
Marek Świerczyński, Polityka Insight. Do pana admirała Jaworskiego może pytanie, ale usłyszę chętnie komentarze pozostałych panów. Można powiedzieć, że ubiegły tydzień przy całym swoim dramatyzmie pomógł panu i rodzajowi wojsk przez pana reprezentowanego. No bo zwrócił jednak uwagę i ostatecznie przekreślił jakiekolwiek wątpliwości dotyczące strategicznego znaczenia Bałtyku dla polskich interesów, nie tylko obronnych, ale wszystkich innych. No i teraz w związku z tym mam pytanie, jak pan to wykorzysta? I jeżeli mógłby pan przedstawić taką listę marzeń, co by się mogło zdarzyć, gdyby to wykorzystać maksymalnie. Dziękuję.
Maybe I will answer this question in Polish, okay? Because question was in Polish. Otóż uważam, że dobrze pan redaktor mówi, że pomaga. No, ja myślę, że to, co robimy w tej chwili, to, co robi PGZ, to jest to, czego potrzebujemy. Ten program modernizacji powinien zabezpieczyć nasze interesy. I tak jak tutaj mój kolega, znamy się jeszcze wcześniej, powiedział, fregata zapewni nam te zdolności, które potrzebne są do zabezpieczenia naszych interesów i nawet w kontekście tego ostatniego działania ostatnich wydarzeń na Bałtyku, myślę, że to jest to, czego potrzebujemy. Tak krótko. Dziękuję.
Adam Biczyk, I would like to ask, in terms of defensive fleet operating at the sea, like Baltic Sea, are submarines in general, are they a good idea and a cost-effective idea, or should the main focus go on creating a radar network and creating missile systems like Neptune system seen on Ukraine that has sunk Moskva?
Maybe I will answer this question because I'm on the Baltic Sea. So you have to know that Navy should be well balanced because actually we need all different kinds of equipment. Baltic is not maybe big sea, but it's really, believe me, that it's enough room for submarines, for frigates, for also coastal defense missiles, which are already was bought by our country, but also for other Baltic states. So when you have to consider the protection of Baltic, of coast, of national interests, like I mentioned before, it's complex and it should be a holistic approach for that. So we need all, air assets, navy, or maritime, sorry, underwater and also coastal. So well-balanced navy is the most need, what we want to have.
Admiral Boots?
Even countries that don't live in the Baltic Sea, I completely agree. And I think recent developments have shown us the vulnerability in the seabed environment. And every sea that is suitable for types of submarine operations, you can't say it's not worth it, because it's not just the investment it will take and the capacity it will require, but it's also the threat that goes out from that. And I think the Baltic Sea is ultimately a sea where everything comes together in a relatively confined area with great and opposing interests, unfortunately.
Mr. Hoy, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I was just obviously not military, but what I would say is I'm not sure actually we have an option I mean, what I think NATO has seen over the past 2 years is a massive increase in the number of incursions by Russian submarines into NATO countries' territorial waters. And I think every navy's been wrestling with that challenge, and I think submarines are the obvious way to counter that threat. And as the Admiral said, the impact on critical national infrastructure, be it data cables, be it gas pipelines, is becoming an ever-present threat.
If I may, your strategies mention very clearly that Navy should also take some tasks regarding the civil infrastructure. So I think this is also the option, not the opportunity, but the option and the clear message to the situation in the Baltic Sea is a clear message to the Polish government and the Polish military as well, that we should put a lot of attention to this issue, because now we have a conflict, but in the nearest future we'll probably not have a conflict, but threats will rest with us, I think so. But this is also the issue of keeping capabilities in the peacetime. And one more remark regarding the UK industry. The strategy for shipbuilding industry in the UK mentioned that all programs governing the shipbuilding industry in the UK, the goal is also to connect and to integrate the UK itself, the different parts, Ireland, Wales, Scotland, and the UK. If I may a question, we have some time for a question from the room as well, but the question to Mr. Cierzan. Jak pan widzi tutaj możliwość właśnie jakby penetrowania tych zdolności, rozwoju zdolności z samego Bałtyku, że tak powiem, ale na inne terytoria Polski i współpracę też międzynarodową?
To już chyba wybrzmiało, ale może jeszcze warto to rozszerzyć. Faktycznie to jest bardzo ciekawe zagadnienie, ale no już dzisiaj miecznik realizowany jest w międzynarodowym partnerstwie. Już sam Thales to są przynajmniej 3 kraje, Niderlandy, Francja, Wielka Brytania, to te 3 główne. Dodatkowo Babcock, który również operuje i współpracuje z innymi przemysłami, firmami zagranicznymi. Nasze partnerstwo z Babcockiem wybiega też daleko poza miecznik. Oczywiście obowiązują mnie pewne tajemnice handlowe. Tutaj patrzę na dyrektor z Polski, z Babcocka, więc nie będę o nich głośno mówił, ale wydaje mi się, że prędzej czy później będziemy też informować o postępach naszej współpracy strategicznej poza miecznikiem, która również wybiega poza granice Polski, więc to wszystko w tym międzynarodowym układzie się dzieje. Liczymy na to, że w kolejnych programach, może nie polskich, ale innych krajów wokół Bałtyku lub w pobliżu, może też Morze Północne, będziemy również dalej zacieśniać tę współpracę, bo to już dzisiaj wybrzmiało, tego typu kompleksowego sprzętu wojskowego nie da się dostarczyć jako jeden kraj.
Dziękuję. Czy są jeszcze jakieś pytania z sali? Proszę bardzo.
Thank you. My name is Jakub Knop. I'm from University of Warsaw. So I wanted to ask about the future of aircraft carriers and in light of Chinese development in terms of hypersonic missiles, and whether or not it's a right direction to, keep building ships that can cost up to $20 billion, where asymmetric capabilities can destroy them for in just small proportion of that cost. And whether or not the new US Navy approach, where they want to focus on quantity and not really on the size of the ships, is the right approach, and how could it impact their involvement in Europe? Thank you.
I can talk about the UK experience with aircraft carriers. Yeah, yeah. So the UK has just recently built the world's first 2 5th-generation aircraft carriers. Babcock assembled them at our site in Rosyth in Scotland. Yeah, they're 65,000-ton ships. We built 2 of them for about £6 billion, so they're, in a cost per ton basis, they are the best in the world. But you're right, they're large targets, and the advent of hypersonic missiles, I think, gives every armed forces reason to be concerned, and it's why there's a huge focus on the development of counter-hypersonic capability. The UK is part of the AUKUS partnership with the US and Australia. Hypersonics and counter-hypersonics are a key part of that process. What I would say about the UK's experience is that we had about a decade where we had no aircraft carriers, and during that time we mounted military operations around Libya and other parts of the Middle East and further afield, where actually it became increasingly difficult to get access to other countries' airfields for refuelling, for deployment, and we really missed having access to effectively a mobile airfield. And so if you ask people in the Royal Navy, the aircraft carriers are 4 acres of sovereign capability, so they're part of the UK that you can move around the world. And we deployed Queen Elizabeth into the Far East last year, and that was a clear message around NATO's plans to support countries from incursions from China and further afield. So I'm personally, I can see the military logic in them, but I do take your point that they do present a prize target for adversaries.
Admiral?
Thanks for that question. I think the broader question behind it is vulnerability of maritime platforms, of ships, regardless the size and the function or the vitality of it. This is an ongoing challenge, a cat-and-mouse game. Are you ready to defend your platforms against any new developing threats? And nowadays, it's probably in the underwater domain growing, but also hypersonics, small drones, what have you. And I would not exclude the cyber domain, the cyber resistance you need to have on a unit level, on a platform level. But it can't be the results. Let's not build them because they're vulnerable when the military requirement is there to oppose a threat. So that this game will always be there. And yes, you've seen over the last years, ships tend to get bigger, and that makes the risk of being more vulnerable and losing more when you are losing your platform is a fact. So we will need innovation. We will need good ideas to be better able to defend platforms against any other evolving threats.
Thank you very much. Last comment? That's, okay, thank you very much. So it's thank you for the discussion. It seems that we need a lot of many platforms, large platforms, open for innovation, and no doubt the prosperity of the society based on one project can be significant, and if we enlarge for more platforms, more initiatives and more programs, it will be much better. Thank you very much, Admiral Boots, Mr. Czejan, Admiral Jaworski, Mr. Howe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again to our panelists and to our moderator for this insightful discussion. It's always great to hear from frontline experts. And maybe dovetailing on the topic of this panel, it's worth mentioning that the Casimir Polański Foundation just published a report on the topic of how to plan the development of the Navy, Polish and British experiences, which is available at the back of the room for those that are interested. And now we will move forward with the third set of industry presentations of the day. Our first speaker would be Jacek Libucha, CEO of PZL Świetnik, whom I invite to join us on stage.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this great conference. Preparing to this discussion today, I looked at my last year's presentation, and I looked at the two key trends that I have presented that basically shape the current, let's say, trends and realities on the battlefields. And last year, this was a theoretical construct. So this was an analytical approach to lay down those most important points. And when I looked at it this year, I realized after 7 months of a full-blown war in Ukraine, that all of those points are actually exactly right. So on the side of the requirements of the modern defense operation, what we see clearly in Ukraine is the need or the advantages of the maneuverability, the rapid creation of local advantage. As we speak right now, there are some very important, very interesting actions on the battlefield that basically deploy that exact concept. The flexibility and in the isolation from the infrastructure. Had the Ukrainians had no chance to let's say, rebase their air assets at the beginning of the war, we would be probably in a different situation right now. Extended standoff distance, you can clearly see it, especially if you look at how the helicopters are deployed, that they even change the tactical profile of the way they engage targets. You clearly see that it's a multi-domain operation, whether you're land forces, whether you're special forces, there are always multiple dimensions and multiple domains which are being integrated. You can see that on the different operational theaters, you need to have the ability to quickly complete the kill chain. So basically to have the sensor to effector path quickened as much as possible and autonomous as much as possible on a tactical level. And you clearly see that in terms of the kind of strategic aspects and especially strategic communication aspects, this is an online war. And the way you treat civilians, but the way also you treat your own troops is extremely important, both for the morale of your troops and of your success of your operation, but also on how you're being perceived in a more global communication context. So, you know, all of those points which kind of theoretically we laid down last year are now kind of proven in practice. On the flip side of those, let's say, military trends, you have the second trend, which is the industrial base trend, which is a clear move to shorten the supply chain and to be able to have the supply chain quite close to your armed forces. So first of all, domestic industrial base, extremely important. I think for Ukraine, the first months, they probably would not have survived if they didn't have the capabilities on the ground. And obviously, if the allied forces and the allied nations wouldn't provide them that capability quickly to replenish. supply and logistical support chain as short as possible, as close to the armed forces as possible. There is a reason why there is a huge logistical hub in Poland, in the southeast Poland, to support Ukraine. And also proven international partnerships. Again, without the allies, without the partnerships, it would be a very difficult struggle on the Ukrainian front. So how do we, as PZH Phoenix, as helicopter industry, kind of address those two trends? First of all, we provide a kind of epiphany of maneuverability on the battlefield, which is a helicopter, a good product, and a platform which is extremely important and touches all those points within the first trend. But secondly, we are the local industrial base for the Polish armed forces. So just as some examples, I wanted to point to the two programs which we are already running with the Polish military. The first one being the AW101, which we are in the process of delivering for the Polish Navy. But this is also a program which I have extremely high hopes to encourage also the land forces of the Polish armed forces to take a look at and to take advantage of the capability of this platform. And the second platform, which is the AW149, which is the result of the recent contractation in July, which we are in the process of delivering for the Polish armed forces. And both of these platforms, be it on the land or be it on the sea, provide the exact capabilities that the Polish armed forces need to quickly build up. The capability to extend the standoff distance and extend the capability to sense the threat, be it on the sea or on the land, and to engage it within the kill chain. The ability to quickly maneuver, disperse, but also concentrate the forces, also the forces which constitute the kind of a strategic reserve, the quick reaction force. I'm thinking about the air mobile operations. It provides very advanced capabilities in terms of precision strikes. Both of these platforms are equipped with state-of-the-art missiles, and the types which we so far do not have within our armed forces. And both of these platforms provide our land forces the capability to autonomously, on the tactical level, complete the sensor to effector exchange of information and to close the kill chain. So we do have ongoing programs going exactly into the direction of fulfilling the needs and capability requirements of the Polish armed forces. On the flip side, on the industrial side, we are the only OEM within Poland that can provide such capabilities. We have the knowledge, we have the infrastructure, we have been here for 71 years. We are a design authority organization, we are the production authority operation, we have all the know-how and certification. We have a very proven supply chain, which is highly rooted locally. Over 800 suppliers within our supply chain are located in Poland. But what is also important that we have, I would say, the strategic depth within the Leonardo helicopters to support ourselves with our sister companies, be it in UK or in Italy. This is also important from kind of a security perspective. And we have proven our ability to build partnerships within the allied framework that the Polish security forces and the defense is operating. Pretty much all of our programs which we are engaged, and those programs that I mentioned, 101 and 149, are multinational programs with our partners, with different shares between Poland and UK and Italy and United States. So, the exact, let's say, NATO allied framework that we would want to see on the operational, but also on the industrial side. In summary, as PZL Świdnik is a Leonardo Helicopters company, we are addressing the two very important trends that we see in the operational requirements. One, providing this maneuverability, the critical capabilities for the armed forces, and secondly, providing it with the local industrial base located in Poland. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jacek, for that insightful presentation. And now I would like to call to the stage Hee-Sung Lee, Vice President for International Defense and Business at Hyundai Rotem. Hee-Sung, please do welcome to the stage.
Dzień dobry. I'm Hee-Sung Lee, Vice President of Hyundai Rotem Company. Let me briefly introduce Hyundai Rotem Company and K2 main battle tank to you. This presentation covers overview of Hyundai Rotem Company, K2 main battle tank for Poland, and additional opportunities and conclusion. First is overview of Hyundai Rotem Company. Hyundai Rotem is an affiliate company of the Hyundai Motor Group, which is one of the world's top 5 motor groups. Hyundai Motor Group has world-class technologies and capabilities in many areas with its 56 affiliate companies. The annual revenue was $250 billion in 2020. Hyundai Motor Group has heavily invested on the promising new industries and technologies for the future, including artificial intelligence, robots, energy, and mobility. We believe there are many opportunities to cooperate with Polish industry. Hyundai Rotem has 3 divisions: Defense, Railway, and Eco Solution. Defense Solution produce world-class ground weapon systems. Rail Solutions produce high-speed railway and hydrogen tram systems. Eco Solutions produce hydrogen stations. Hyundai Rotem Defense Solution produce tracked vehicles, including K2 main battle tank and combat engineering vehicle. Hyundai Rotem also produce wheeled armored vehicles, unmanned vehicles, and wearable robots. Hyundai Rotem and Hyundai Motor Group are preparing for the future combat systems. Key technologies are autonomous driving, artificial intelligence, electrification, and hydrogen fuel cell. And those technologies will be used for next-generation main battle tank and wheeled armored vehicle and unmanned weapon systems. Hyundai Motor Group is a global leading manufacturer of fuel cell electric vehicles. Hyundai Motor Group hopes to cooperate with Poland for the future automotive industry. Next is the K2 main battle tank for Poland. During the Korean War, a main battle tank played a crucial role. In 1950, North Korea invaded South Korea to communize whole Korea. With 242 T-34 main battle tanks, North Korea succeeded to occupy more than 90% of South Korean territory in the first months of the war. So after the war, both South and North Korea put lots of emphasis on building up their MBTs and mechanical units. Currently, more than 4,000 MBTs are being operated by North Korea, more than 2,000 by South Korea. Hyundai Rotem began to modernize M48 main battle tank in 1970s, supported by American technicians. That was the beginning. And then we built the basis with K1 MBT, and system integration was completed with K1A1 20 years ago. K2 is the Korean indigenous MBT with self-sufficient core technologies and components R&D. Hyundai Rotem has provided more than 200 K2 MBTs to Korea Army, and currently the third batch is being produced, and we expect that the fourth batch will be initiated next year. Korea Army will operate K2 MBT for more than 30 years. Hyundai Rotem has produced more than 1,600 K-series main battle tanks and 500 family vehicles since 1980s. Those MBTs and vehicles are being operated by Korea Army, being supported by Hyundai Rotem. Hyundai Rotem upgrades its products continuously in order to maintain their world-class performance. For Hyundai Rotem, there are three major goals with the K2PL program. Contribution to the national defense of Poland, establishment of the K2 MBT production hub in Poland through extensive industrial cooperation with the PGZ Group, and building the future opportunities with Poland through R&D cooperation. The performance of the K2PL MBT will be improved from that of the K2 MBT, tailored to the Polish requirements. K2PL will be equipped with excellent mobility, firepower, protection, and digital systems. The K2 gap filler contract was signed in last August, and 180 K2 will be produced and delivered by Hyundai Rotem by 2025 with minimal modification. The K2PL main battle tanks will be modified from current K2, and they will be produced in Poland and Korea at the same time. As an important part of the K2PL program, the key production technologies will be transferred to PGZ Group. Based on the cooperation for the K2PL program, Hyundai Rotem and PGZ Group will cooperate further for the future R&D and export the products together to the third countries. Final part is additional opportunities with Hyundai Rotem and conclusion. Hyundai Rotem is one of the world's top 5 high-speed train producers. We have successfully produced and exported our railway system and subway trams to the 36 nations. With Hyundai Rotem, the railway system in Poland can be improved greatly. As a member of the Hyundai Motor Group, Hyundai Rotem is focusing on the hydrogen station and tram. Hydrogen mobility will significantly improve the air quality by reducing CO2. Hyundai Rotem wishes to contribute to Polish industry and environment by providing the hydrogen energy know-hows. We believe that Hyundai Rotem will be the best partner for Poland, especially working together for the new Polish main battle tank. Hyundai Rotem is willing to fully support Poland with its excellent business competence, advanced technological capability, and expandability for the great future. Next, I would like to present a video clip about Hyundai Rotem's defense solution. It will take about 5 minutes.
Hyundai Rotem reads the future. Hyundai Rotem is challenging to create the best results through creative innovation and lead a better future with will and passion. Hyundai Rotem's Defense Solutions Division is creating a new paradigm to respond to the future battlefield environment and the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution by integrating new smart technologies such as AI, autonomous driving, and electrification, while at the same time expanding technological horizons and overcoming limitations for the greater safety and peace we should all aim for. Hyundai Rotem has been responsible for the national security of the Republic of Korea since the development and mass production of the first Korean MBT, the K-1. With the addition of a digital battlefield management system, the reputation of the K-1 MBT, which spawned to the K-1E1 and K-1A2 upgrades for the networked battlefield environment of the 21st century, and the K-2 MBT, with its world-class performance, continues to grow. The state-of-the-art K-2 MBT has now been redeveloped into models customized for each importing country, such as the Middle Eastern MBT and European MBT, going beyond the domestic market and expanding its fame in the global market with state-of-the-art technologies. The wheeled armor vehicle, which was created through a combination of Hyundai Motor Group's automobile technology and Hyundai Rotem's critical MBT technology, has contributed to enhancing the mobility and viability of infantry and strengthening the military power of Korea. Hyundai Rotem has successfully incorporated wheeled armored vehicles, such as Commander Post Vehicle, to establish itself as the leading ground defense company in the Republic of Korea. Hyundai Rotem has succeeded in developing an unmanned autonomous vehicle, the HR Sherpa, equipped with AI-based unmanned control technology based on the automobile technology of the Hyundai Motor Group, thereby strengthening the military power of the Republic of Korea in the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Its state-of-the-art smart technology, combined with unmanned driving and tracking capabilities, enables efficient tactical operations as it can perform combat and transport duties with minimal power on intricate battlefields, and supplements the lost military strength caused by a reduction in troops. Along with next-generation MBT, to which artificial intelligence, stealth, and the concept of manned-unmanned teaming operations are applied, Hyundai Rotem is also developing next-generation wheeled armored vehicles to improve our military's future operational capabilities. Furthermore, with the active development of future mobility being for various humanitarian purposes, such as saving lives, exploration, and mine detection and removal, Hyundai Rotem is jointly preparing a high-tech weapon system with Hyundai Motor Group. Hyundai Rotem's robotics technology considers people. Wearable robots enable us to perform complicated tasks by transcending the physical limits of human arms, waists, etc. It is the epitome of integrated industrial technology that maximizes productivity and takes human safety into account. The better future that Hyundai Rotem dreams of will come true in a safe and peaceful world. That is the future we will lead. Hyundai Rotem has expanded its technological scope beyond Korea to the rest of the world. And now, we are breaking through the wall between the battlefield and industry with advanced technology that takes us beyond human limitations. As always, Hyundai Rotem believes that we can bet on a better future. Read the future. Lead to the better future. Hyundai Rotem.
Thank you very much. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you once again to both our industry presenters. We really appreciate your presence here with us today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the last panel discussion of the defense track of the Warsaw Security Forum 2022. The closing discussion will focus on a hugely important topic, which should be, and I'm sure it is, a concern for all of us. The title of the panel is Nuclear Deterrence and Arms Control in an Era of Strategic Competition. And what could be more important than answering that today? The panel discussion will be moderated by Łukasz Kulesa, Deputy Head of Research at PISIM. Before I call Łukasz to the stage, I would like to remind those of you in the audience that, of course, if you'd like to ask a question, you can approach the microphone to the side of the stage. And to anyone following the conversational line, you can join the discussion by using the hashtag WSF2022. And now, with that being said, let's give Łukasz a very welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much, Derika. And I was thinking about the entrance music for our session. One of the candidates in my mind was the song Danger Zone from Top Gun. The one from The Police, which includes the line, I hope the Russians love their children too, which was about the Cold War threat of nuclear weapons and nuclear annihilation. Unfortunately, it seems we are back to that position. On behalf of the Polish Institute of International Affairs, we are very happy to be one of the program partners of the Warsaw Security Forum. As you may see, there is one change in the setting of this panel as compared to the agenda you have in your program. Unfortunately, Casey Deering could not join us, and we wish her all a speedy and full recovery. My colleague from the Institute, Artur Kacprzyk, has kindly agreed to join the session in an emergency mode. The session is about the relationship, I hope it will be about the relationship between nuclear deterrence and arms control in the contemporary era that we may agree or disagree, but was described by the organizer as the era of strategic competition. I would maybe put it in plural, the era of strategic competitions, because it seems there are a couple of them going on in parallel. But some in the audience may ask, why are we including arms control? should we maybe talk just about nuclear deterrence? Because it seems to be in the news very much, and this is something heavy on our thinking. We already had it yesterday and earlier today at this conference. So I would respond to that by quoting late Michael Krepon, the great expert on arms control issue. In one of his latest posts, he wrote that nuclear deterrence is dangerous by design, and it can fail. But because nuclear deterrence is dangerous by design, it requires various forms of reassurance to help prevent nuclear use. We call this means of reassurance arms control. So I very much agree with his statement. I would like to also test it with our esteemed panelists, that deterrence and arms control can go together and actually must coexist to enable us to prevent catastrophic outcomes. Let me now just very briefly introduce the panelists, starting from my far right. Sibylle Bauer, she's the Director of Studies, Armament and Disarmament at the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, or SIPRI. Also the chair of the EU Non-Proliferation and Disarmament Consortium, which, if you don't know about, you should check it out rather urgently. PISM is one of the proud members of the consortium. Next, Ambassador Rolf Nickel, Vice President of DGAP, but also formerly the German Federal Commissioner for Disarmament and Arms Control, and also former ambassador to Poland, very warmly remember. Next, General Chris Badia, Deputy Supreme Allied Commander Transformation NATO, coming to us from Norfolk, Virginia, but of course with a long and distinguished career with the German Armed Forces NATO position and also the German Ministry of Defense. Artur Kasprzyk, analyst in the International Security Program at the Polish Institute of International Affairs, focusing very much on issues of deterrence and arms control. And we probably cannot go any other way but to start our panel with the question about your assessment of the level of the nuclear threat following Mr. Putin's "this is not a bluff" statement and the flurry of commentaries, analyses it caused. So the assessment of the level of threat and also how likely and what could be the potential response to the potential use of nuclear weapons. Rolf, can we perhaps start with you?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. Great to be back in Warsaw after 6 fantastic years already a while ago. To your question, I think it's important not to consider the statement of Mr. Putin a total bluff. If he is cornered in Ukraine, nothing can be completely excluded, including the use of nuclear weapon. However, the probability of use of nuclear weapon at this stage seems to be relatively remote or limited. First of all, the military usefulness of nuclear weapons is very questionable. Nuclear weapons are high-class weapons, and there is still an international taboo on them. It would be a further loss of domestic credibility. Putin describes the war still as a special operation, and even after the annexation. The Russian military doctrine legitimizes the use of nuclear weapon in very limited cases. So I think it would be quite a further loss of domestic credibility should he decide to use them. Third point, there would be, no question, a strong reaction from the West. President Biden has been very clear on that with the 3 times, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. And fourthly, I think Russia, in using nuclear weapons, would violate this international taboo, would become even more of an international pariah. And this is important because when you look at the United Nations, there are still a number of countries who are sitting on the fence, who have not decided yet completely in which way they will go. So it makes a difference whether India, Indonesia, Brazil or others condemn Russian behavior or not. So I think this is clearly why I think it's not very likely at this stage that he will use nuclear weapons. If he chooses to do so, our reaction should be very strong on the political track, on the sanctions track, and on the military track. Obviously, it would be a very emotional situation, but we have to be calm and carry on like the Brits used to say under these circumstances. We need to maintain Western unity, stay the course, continue to deliver weapons, including heavy weapons, and I say this here specifically in Warsaw, avoid criticism amongst allies, which only jeopardizes cohesion and plays into the hands of Mr. Putin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. General Badia, of course, I understand the constraints under which you are as NATO official, as an officer in this unrestricted setting. So I won't push you on the details of the potential response or options, but I would be very much interested in your assessment of the level of threat and the Russian behavior.
Yeah, Lukasz, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I fully agree to what the ambassador just said. What I would like to add from a military perspective and point of view, and in the work we do, never underestimate. What do I mean by that? Of course, what President Putin has said, we take absolutely serious, okay? And you have to. Especially if you see what happens on the Ukraine war, how Russia is doing overall, and what might be some reaction to that from his perspective or Russian perspective. Having said all that, without going into further detail, NATO is a defensive alliance. We are prepared with all means that are available. And of course, you can imagine that with having said that all options are on the table. From a military point of view, there will be military advice. It's continuously military advice to our political masters in leadership. And as just said, if it should happen like that, it will come to a reaction which is politically decided then. But let me assure you, NATO would be ready.
Thank you very much. Sibyl, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Lukasz. There are many ways to respond to that question. And the first answer is actually that we have been notoriously bad at predicting the future. We keep being surprised, the pandemic just being one example. And one of the key questions is if we can be counting on rational behavior. I agree with Rolf that there's no military case for nuclear weapons use. There's always scope for irrational behavior. There's always scope for inadvertent escalation. There's always scope for accidents, especially when somebody is playing with the fire, like now. And what we are seeing here seems to be a particularly unpleasant form of Russian roulette. We can also say that we have been fortunately lucky for many decades. Nuclear risk has been around. It has never gone away. It has taken different shapes and forms. What's a bit new is that we are talking very much about deliberate use. That's a possibility. So previously there was a lot of talk about inadvertent escalation, incident and accident risk, especially in relation to emerging technologies. And if you look back at lessons in history, maybe you have to go all the way back to the post-Cuban Missile Crisis and finding ways of crisis communication and going forward. But so far also there has been no clear evidence of deployment of tactical weapons on the Russian side. It seems that the warheads are still separate from the delivery vehicles. And while President Putin's statement is a way to reiterate existing Russian doctrine, there is, as we all know, some ambiguity in that term, territorial integrity, especially with the latest annexations. And one remark that I wanted to emphasize here also, I really dislike the term tactical nuclear weapons. Non-strategic maybe is a bit better, because it really does not convey the gravity of what nuclear weapons use in that case would entail for the nuclear taboo and for humanitarian consequences. But I do want to end on a positive note, because I'm a stubborn optimist. I really hope that the P5 statement from January of this year, that nuclear war cannot be won and should never be fought, will hold. So that's my hope.
Thank you very much, especially for reminding us that the nuclear deterrence may look solid in retrospect, but in practice it consisted on some pretty dangerous episodes, and the issue of inadvertent escalation, accidents and incidents is not something in the past. Artur, over to you.
Okay, thank you. So, not an easy task to add something after three distinguished panelists, and I agree with many things that were already said. I would just start by, well, there are different scenarios. I think that the scenario of out-of-the-blue nuclear attack against a NATO country from Russia right now is totally unrealistic. This would go against the Russian goal, which was from the very beginning of the war, to deter NATO from joining this conflict. That's why they started threatening with nuclear weapons in February. Now President Putin is threatening with nuclear weapons to Ukraine, and I think that this scenario of nuclear attack against Ukraine is a plausible one, but I would agree that the risk is remote due to the reasons that were mentioned already today. The threat is ambiguous. I would expect Russia to come up with much more direct threats towards Ukraine if Russia was actually close to nuclear use. I mean, there could be an ultimatum, right? Stop this or you will face consequences that you have never seen, something like this. Secondly, I think that President Putin is very keen to threaten with nuclear weapons. So far, I think he wasn't keen to use them. He actually, if you look at the decision to mobilize additional reservists and conscripts in Russia, well, he preferred to do that and take that risk instead of using a nuclear weapon. And it is a risky decision, you know, this mobilization, as we see, because it's very controversial. It creates tensions within Russia, right? Social tensions. Now, that said, we can't exclude that if Putin is desperate, if he's facing some kind of major defeat, that he will resort to nuclear use. We are not sure of his red lines in Ukraine. The task for the world basically is, to put it bluntly, I think, to convince Putin that the cost of using a nuclear weapon would be higher than the cost of losing the war with Ukraine. And not just convincing Putin, but Russian elites and Russia at large. Now, I can get back in more detail to what the response could be. I would just say that it is absolutely correct to have the ambiguity in deterrence from the Western side towards Russia regarding its nuclear use. I think that the response would be it would be on a case-by-case basis. It would depend from the specific of the attack. I mean, I believe that keeping the option of NATO conventional intervention against Russian forces in and around Ukraine is key to try to deter such an attack. That said, I can imagine situations in which increasing weapons deliveries to Ukraine and isolating Russia economically, not just by the West, but by the whole world, could be a sufficient punishment if, for example, the attack is very limited or just some symbolic explosion over the Black Sea. But in case of much more destructive attacks, NATO's conventional response is the way to go, I would say.
Thank you very much. Our panelists seem to be broadly in the same camp of not dismissing the Russian statements as a bluff, but also, in I think a quote that Rolf mentioned, keep calm and carry on, especially with regards to our assistance towards Ukraine. If you have any questions at this point, you would need to wait. Please keep them in your heads because I'm sure we'll return very much to these issues in our Q&A part of the discussion. But before we get there, I would like us to zoom out a little bit from the Russian threat, as imminent as it is, to the more general questions of how do we see the place of deterrence and arms control in this new era. And obviously, Russia is not the only nuclear player around. We have the shadow of China, which is, according to the information which we have, getting bigger actually in the nuclear domain, but every nuclear silo that they build. We just had the news about another North Korean missile tests. Obviously, their nuclear arsenal has moved from the realm of possibility to very much to the realm of reality. We also have India and Pakistan and their uneasy trilateral relationship with China. And of course, we have our 3 nuclear weapon states in NATO. This is just about the nuclear weapon states that we know about. There is also the Israeli issue. There are also potentially other countries looking at this capability and thinking about proliferation. So I would just want to stress that it is much more complicated and much more complex picture that we would like to unravel a little bit. And this time I would like to start with General Badia. Allied Command Transformation task, or one of the tasks, is to think strategically about the future and what kind of capabilities are required for NATO, what kind of approaches are required to tackle with the challenges or tomorrow. And for a while, many thought that actually nuclear weapons are the challenges of yesterday, that this is a kind of weapon on its way out, or actually somewhere in the background, just for very extreme scenarios of the questions of survival of the state. Now it seems that nuclear weapons are back and with the vengeance. So if you could maybe walk us through your thinking about the role of nuclear deterrence and also the relationship between nuclear deterrence and arms control and how it may evolve in the future. General, over to you.
Thank you very much. You've just said it. One of our main tasks is warfare development, which means looking out into the future and predicting with strategic foresight analysis what will be the challenge 2030, 2040, how does future war look, how conflicts might look like. And with all that, you can imagine, and it's not only nuclear we are, of course, having in the focus. It's much more than that. It's new technologies, emerging disrupting technologies. What does cyber give us? What does space hold us? And especially if you look through all the domains, that comes back to deterrence, because if you want to deter, and nothing is black and white today in the answer, you have to look at all aspects. And this is what we do. And besides that, the other main task is we develop together with the nations the capabilities needed for the future, be common funded or national funded. Having said that, one of the major tasks NATO is, of course, following is how do we produce more security and generate a field of security. To your question, how does it basically interact, or what's the relationship towards then arms control? I can tell you that, of course, in order, if you want to produce security, arms control is one of the major pillars. You always have to think it, and this is what we do in all the work we do, and we see arms control as one of the vehicles to ensure security overall. Having Having said that, I just would like to remind you that if you look at the new strategic concept that was just agreed in Madrid, if you look at page 1, para 7, there it says, as long as there are nuclear weapons in the world, this alliance will be a nuclear alliance. And this is very, very important. And further on, if you look into the deterrence and defense chapter, there are 5 to 6 paras where nuclear deterrence is described very well on what we are doing in the future and how we see it. And again, this was of course closely connected to arms control in order to see how you manage that and how you get there. Because at the end of the day, everything is about escalation dynamics and escalation management, and you have to understand all the mechanics behind it. If I say that, well, when it comes to deterrence, this is what NATO holds, and this is what we do from Norfolk out when we look at the full suite of capabilities NATO is holding within all the major domains. And this goes from, of course, from conventional to nuclear capabilities. But this is how you have to play it. The aim is, and this is not only something NATO looks at, this is everybody looks at, because what you want to do is you want to create a volume of uncertainty to your opponent. He never can be assured what the reaction will be. In order to do that, you have to have all means available and all options available, be it at the end of the day, be it conventional or be it nuclear. And let me say that as well. And this is, if you look into the strategic concept and also it plays into the nuclear deterrence, everything is about allies, partners. And when it comes to partners, it's organizations. Why do I say that? Because we sit here, it's, for instance, European Union. It's not only military instruments of power, it's instruments of power. And if you look what the European Union, for instance, has available, this all plays into deterrence at the end of the day. And I come back to what I said, arms control is, of course, one of them. Let me make one final remark, because the question is, should the nuclear role within the concept of NATO, should it come, should it have more focus, or should it be in a stronger view? Let me put it this way. The way I see it, and from our command's perspective, is the capabilities of NATO are well balanced. And this is what it's essentially at the end of the day. From conventional through nuclear, everything is there and everything is pretty well developed. The other thing is, if you see how the alliance developed over the past 7 years consecutively, we have an increase in the defense spending. 21, it was a 3.1% increase again. We have over 1 trillion now common defense spending amongst our 30 nations right now. 21 of our nations already spending more than 20% of their budget for new capabilities and new equipment. There you see, it really comes down to how you modernize, how you go forward. Having said that, when it comes to the deterrence overall, and this is not only about capabilities at the end of the day, it's about training, it's about the simulation, it's about exercises, and this we all do in order to be prepared for the future. And with that, I think we are well off. But let me finish with a statement, of course, arms control and arms control talks are one of the major pillars within our thoughts.
Thank you very much. I just may say that we've heard this well balanced for quite a while. I don't really remember Alliance saying that their capabilities are not well balanced. So under the well balanced phrase, you actually can have a lot of changes. Because that's also connected with the change of the nature of the threat. So at least for me, it's natural for the alliance to say that the capabilities are correct, but it would make your work a little bit redundant, right?
That's a good, you putting the finger in one discussion point, because we're discussing, is the future, is it threat-based or is it capability-based? And I tell you, all the work we do, it's capability-based, threat-informed. Because if you're just threat-based, you will always be fighting the war from yesterday.
Thank you very much. Now, Sibyl, you come from the institute that has a long and noble tradition of working towards disarmament, risk reduction, and rather disarmament and than armament. Let me put it like this, even if you watch the armament market very closely. So from your viewpoint, what's the role and the rationale for the arms control, risk reduction, non-proliferation agenda in this era of various strategic competitions? What place do they have, if they have place at all? Because I can immediately have a number of articles coming in the Google search which say the death of arms control, the death of non-proliferation. So how would you maybe react also to these?
It's a very important question, but also a very difficult question. So obviously, I believe that arms control, non-proliferation, disarmament are very important and continue to be key pillars. The question is how in the current context. And it's very easy to paint a gloomy picture. So as you say, what the Google search will reveal is the arms control architecture is crumbling. When you speak about two diplomats who have negotiated arms control treaties, they are quite depressed because they feel like their life work is fading away. Disarmament prospects are often referred to as gloomy as well. At the same time, all nuclear weapons possessing states are modernizing their nuclear arsenals, so the tendency is more towards armament, not disarmament in the nuclear field. We talked about the risk of nuclear weapons use just now, and the strategic disagreements between the US and Russia clearly predate the invasion, and I would say also even 2014. But it's too easy, I think, to be pessimistic, and I've already said that I think I like to be a stubborn optimist, looking for opportunities. So I'd like to highlight some areas where I think things can be done. And I very much believe that if everyone is looking in the same direction, we will miss something that may be flying towards us from a different direction. And that can be very dangerous. And one of those may well be a proliferation crisis. We are lucky to still be at 9. And with all the talk now about the value of nuclear weapons and nuclear deterrence, there may well be others who are getting more interested in having their own capability, not just in joining the nuclear umbrella. So what can we do? One priority is to save what can be saved. The norm against nuclear testing, CTBT, still not in force. Also, there still needs to be a fissile material cutoff treaty to be negotiated, and the obstacles to some of those treaties are not to be found in Moscow. They are found to be in different capitals around the world. Also, focus on the future. There's a lot that can be done in investing in the next generation, in youth initiatives, in education. Focus also on nuclear risk reduction, on crisis communication, on crisis stability. And I think there's always scope for engagement. Russia is not a monolithic actor. There's track 1.5, track 2. There are other nuclear weapon possessing states. There's not just China, there are others. There should be military-to-military contacts wherever possible with all of those countries. And I think it's really important to try to be creative in carving out spaces where engagement is possible. And that can be sometimes in a very technical area. In the past, that was possible in the P5 context. In the Global Initiative to Combat Nuclear Terrorism, one may be able to find certain spaces where we can still keep engagement going. It's also really important to invest in regional security, because nuclear weapons are never just in isolation. That's something that we see very clearly in the European security context now. And it's also an opportunity to rethink and to challenge old ways of thinking. And I think it's a practical challenge and it's an intellectual challenge for all of us. And I think we need the best of the best to put our minds to this issue and this challenge. And I also think we got a bit complacent in the policy world and in the intellectual world in between these two Cold Wars, thinking it was all a bit sorted. And one of the areas of constructive new thinking is actually this feminist foreign policy that was referred to yesterday, and taking it a bit broader to have more inclusive, more diverse decision-making in finding new solutions and bringing in new stakeholders and new generations. Then I think we all agree that it's a very difficult geopolitical context for actual arms control negotiations, but there's always scope to consult, and there's always scope to prepare. So in preparing for future negotiations, there's a lot of work to be done technically and in thinking through verification challenges, in thinking through how to deal with conventional nuclear entanglements, thinking through how to do cross-domain arms control, that's a very difficult one, and how to deal with all the emerging technologies. Technology governance. So we started talking a lot about artificial intelligence, but we are far from having it sorted and understanding all the implications and the connections to new and old technologies. We have the brain sciences, and we have quantum technologies, and we are very much at the start of really understanding all the different implications for that. There's also scope for unilateral initiatives. There's the president of the Nuclear Security Summits. There's a lot that could be done, presidential statements and so on. We still don't have a global missile treaty. There's a lot of homework to be done in preparing that. And to conclude, what I actually think may be, it's a hypothesis, we'll see if that comes true, a realistic pathway towards disarmament maybe nuclear weapons becoming a liability in terms of quantities and payloads because of either their cost or because of technological vulnerabilities in connection to cyber attacks, in connection to terrorism, in connection to the different strands of emerging technologies. And just to remind us of what we haven't anticipated in the future, attacks on nuclear power plants by state actors is not something that we had foreseen, so I'm sure that also in relation to nuclear weapons and their safety, there are many things that we had not foreseen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm sure we come back to many of the doors that you opened in the subsequent discussion. Now I would like to go to Artur, and Poland is a non-nuclear weapon state, the last time I checked at least, but it is very much covered by the nuclear extended deterrence guarantees through NATO. And their credibility, their effectiveness is debated quite hotly in this country, and you contributed also to this debate to your research and analysis. Today we had the statement from the President saying that the issue of Polish participation in nuclear sharing is an open issue picked up with the Americans. So could you perhaps give us your assessment, not the Polish assessment, but a voice from Warsaw on the state of NATO's nuclear deterrence, the credibility part, but also perhaps the attitude towards arms control and risk reduction that were discussed before?
Okay, thank you. So to begin with, to state the obvious, NATO's nuclear deterrence holds. It's working, at least it's not failing in this crisis. That being said, crisis is far from over, unfortunately, related to Russian invasion of Ukraine, of course. And we can't be sure at this moment what lessons we will draw from this crisis about Russia's approach to nuclear weapons, and what lessons Russia will draw about NATO's deterrence. To me, already at this stage, of course, it is concerning that Russia has showed itself to be prone to miscalculation. The very invasion itself, it was a big risk and a big mistake. It is very likely that because Russia will be for long weakened in terms of conventional forces, its reliance on nuclear weapons after this war will increase. That's at least for the short and medium term. So there are uncertainties about the future. Regarding NATO adaptation, well, NATO's nuclear deterrent was very much neglected for most of the post-Cold War period. After 2014, NATO made progress in adapting its nuclear deterrence, but I think we're not there yet. We're not, where we should be. And I have a bigger problem with, so to speak, software, nor hardware. So I'll speak shortly about capabilities later, but I think in NATO, much more in Europe than in North America, I think there is still insufficient understanding of nuclear weapons-related issues. The approach of many decision makers is very much emotional, and quite often you could see that decision makers in Europe either avoid the subject of nuclear weapons, or if they speak about it, many of the statements related to it betray, I would say, a large dose of oversensitivity related to nuclear weapons. To give you an example, during this crisis, I think many statements were made which overemphasized the risk of escalation from Russia against NATO if certain kinds of equipment are delivered to Ukraine. In US, this position got better in time, and we don't hear so much about escalation risk. The volume and the range of equipment being delivered to Ukraine is very much growing. In Europe also, but we still have, for example, debates whether, in some countries like Germany, debates whether delivering tanks to Ukraine is escalatory or not, whether some countries such as Poland have delivered quite a lot of tanks. So these kinds of attitudes and statements, in my opinion, they might send the wrong signal to Russia, and they can impede decision-making, also nuclear decision-making in a crisis, and there needs to be more done on this front. As regards capabilities, it could be very well that the ongoing modernization program of NATO nuclear forces, especially US nuclear forces, is enough to ensure deterrence in the future, but with extended deterrence, it's a very tricky thing. You never really know totally what deters. And definitely from the perspective of a flank state or frontline state, whatever you will, like Poland, definitely you want to have more guarantees, and you want to have complicate the adversary's decision making as much as possible. So in addition to what is already happening in terms of modernization, just two short examples. One, the countries which host US nuclear weapons in Europe are buying F-35 fighters, which is a good way because it's a stealthy fighter, so it will make the NATO capability more credible. That said, it's not totally invulnerable to air defenses, and over time there is a risk that air defenses will be increasing. Their effectiveness will be increasing. So at this moment, for example, one thing to do is to start thinking, how do you keep that dual-capable aircraft effective in 5, 10, 15 years? Do you buy a nuclear cruise missile for it instead of nuclear gravity bomb? I think so. And the second thing is NATO nuclear sharing. Expanding the number of countries taking part in nuclear sharing would send a political, mostly, signal to Russia, additional political signal of allied resolve. And from political point of view, definitely, the nuclear sharing program was created to underscore the unity of alliance also in nuclear matters. So I don't see any reason why the discussion about Eastern Flank or Eastern Front countries joining this program should be closed. It should be open. I stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I get to Rolf, just a technical announcement. We want, since we started late, the organizers have kindly agreed to extend the session. So don't worry, we won't finish at 1 o'clock. You will have time to ask questions and engage into the discussion. Rolf, I would like to draw on your experience also at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where you worked as hard as you could on the cause of restraint, disarmament, and arms control. So the basic question is, where does this agenda go from now? Especially when it comes to the relationship with Russia. Is there, Sibyl said that there is a space for engagement still and contacts, but under which terms, and maybe with preconditions, without preconditions? What's the agenda, or what could be the agenda with Russia, perhaps also with others?
Thank you very much. Let me, before I address your question, say that there is a fundamental conceptual difference between deterring nuclear weapons in Ukraine in a wartime logic and deterring conventional and nuclear attack on NATO territory. It's different because we would need different approaches. In Ukraine, the approach should be not to be deterred and deliver all the kinds of weapons that are necessary, including heavy weapons. When it comes to NATO territory, we have to admit that deterrence has become more important than ever. It is clear that we have to strengthen this deterrence, and this deterrence goes through, first of all, strengthening the eastern flank. NATO has taken the decisions already earlier on. It has now increased these steps, and I think it's the right thing to do. We have to reinforce the capabilities, and we have to invest and commit more into defense. How does arms control fit in all this now? Arms control is not a goal or an objective in itself. It's a means or an instrument or a tool and part of a larger concept which used to be cooperative security. Now the new concept, the strategic concept of NATO is really clearly submitted to deterrence and defense. And that's where it should belong. Because arms control and disarmament are only effective and efficient if they are buttressed by strong military capabilities. If we don't have it, let's forget about it. So this is very, very important. Arms control is part of security policy, but based and buttressed by a strong deterrence and a strong defense by capabilities. I absolutely agree with that. We then have to distinguish between what can be done in Europe and what can be done on a global level. I think there is again a difference here, because on the European level, I'm afraid I'm very skeptical. The arms control architecture is eroding, was already eroding before the crisis, but is even eroding now more. Conventional arms control in Europe is in shambles. The INF treaty is gone. There are lots of problems with START. We may see the end of START. So in the sphere of direct involvement of Russia, unfortunately, I'm very pessimistic. However, we need to be involved when it comes to clear communication to Russia, opening the necessary channels. The military channel is there. The political channel is, people say, oh, no political channel. But maybe a political channel is also needed in order to communicate clearly to the political leadership, not only to the military, because we do not know what the relationship between the military and the political sphere in Russia is. So we need to have that political channel as well. I think the Americans have it. Maybe NATO should also have it, but only in the sense of communicating clearly, and transparency, predictability, and reducing risks. So on this, I think it's possible. On the global scale, I share a little bit more the optimism that has been voiced, because if one thing has become clear in the Ukraine war is that the use of certain ammunitions and certain weapons, of outlawed weapons, is clear. So we need to work on that and need to continue to work on cyberspace, other lethal autonomous weapons, etc. All the agenda we have at the United Nations. So this is important. And I also share the view about the proliferation crisis. If any state that is in the world sees that a state like Ukraine has abandoned its nuclear weapons, I mean, come on, what kind of reaction would that be? So we absolutely need to make sure that we reduce that risk, and that goes by, for example, JCPOA with respect to Iran. It has to be reinstored. We have to address North Korea also in the United Nations. And I think we also need to all the other things that you mentioned in your intervention, which I think are highly important. So let's use the possibilities we have in the United Nations and in multilateral fora, also to include the others. And if Russia does not play by the rules in the international fora, that's again an indication that they don't play by the rules, and that may be important in order to get. I talked about people sitting on the fences, to get those people down from the fences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me now open the floor to questions and comments. Please introduce yourself, be brief, and specify if you are the question for all the speakers or a specific one. Over there first, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm Hiro Akita from Nikkei, from Tokyo. I have a question to General. President Biden said that the US will not intervene to Ukraine because we need to avoid nuclear exchange. But if Russia uses nuclear in Ukraine, this premise, do you think that this premise exists, or it will change the premise? And then that leads to my second question. If that is the case, you said that the NATO now have all options on the table, and does it include the conventional intervention to Ukraine? Because if they use nuke, the premise Mr. Biden, said will collapse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First row, Wojtek. The microphone is coming from the other way.
Okay, thank you very much. Wojciech Łuczak, defense analyst, Warsaw, Poland. First, some remarks. I'm sorry, it's something which was lacked in your analysis. It's technical development. This is a lack of technical issues in your debate. You are concentrated, first of all, on political decision making, but contemporary nuclear forces, especially tactical forces, are not the same than like in Hiroshima period. This is everything developed, like guided missiles, like artificial intelligence, everything when go forward. And now you can different ways of testing and developing nuclear weapons without possibility, with avoiding possibility to make explosion. Everything can be simulated by the supercomputers. So the technical development is closing us to using very small tactical nuclear weapons. This is the first, my remark. The second, I don't know if anybody can realize that 2 nuclear explosions had been already detected in Ukraine. One in 72, that was in the coal mine, and the Soviet Union used the nuclear explosion in one of the coal mines near the north of the contemporary Ukraine to deter the gas. The gas danger in one of the mines, and the second the same in the same situation in '79. What is the importance of that? This is that the edge of decision making in let's say Eastern Hemisphere is not the same like decision-making edge in the Western Hemisphere. And we are talking about the Eastern Hemisphere. So all those debates with the mentality of the Western world and Western people, they are quite different than the mentality we are facing right now. So we have to consider that. And the edge and the edge of the let's say last decision making in the East is quite different. So put it under consideration. And the question is that to the general, first of all, general, I spoke with Phil Breedlove 2 days ago, and to the other generals, and I consider that they're mainly in the hand of the NATO and the NATO and the American hands is a first of all conventional answer on any sort of let's say nuclear threat against Ukraine. And could you please specify which are those steps which are considered by the NATO? I know that Belgorod 22, the closest to the Ukrainian border military nuclear storage, is constantly monitored from the air, from the space, and so on. But if they open that Belgorod 22 storage, what the NATO is going to do as a planning body? This is my clear question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The third question over there in the back.
Thank you very much, Alisa Vogt from Körber Stiftung. And I have a question to Mr. Kapritsch. I found your remarks very interesting on how the debate on nuclear weapons is very emotional among decision makers. And that communication on how decision makers are afraid of that being an escalatory or a reason for escalation. And I was wondering if you could specify what instead you would wish for. I mean, I agree that there is not enough conversation on the topic also with the public, but I think it's natural that it's an emotional topic, that people are afraid, and that it's something we need to talk about. And I was wondering if you have examples on how we should do that.
Could you just pass to your colleagues for the last session in this round, and then we'll do the second round.
Hello, Aleksander Sławiński from Gazeta Wyborcza newspaper. I have a question to all of you, but especially to the General Badia. My question is about the state of the NATO nuclear weapons, because a lot has been said recently about the fact that we don't have to be really scared about the Russian nuclear threats because their warheads are obsolete, because they're technically let's say, outdated, and actually they might be equally dangerous to Russia as to the other countries. But in the same time, the last nuclear test made by the NATO country was in 1996, so quite a long time ago. So my question is, how can we be sure? It was said that, of course, we have supercomputers and so on, but how can we be sure that NATO's nuclear arms are in good state and they will work as they should work if we don't do tests?
Thank you. I'll also go to Alessandro Marone, and then we go back to the panel.
Thank you. Alessandro Marrone, Head of Defense Program, Istituto Affari Internazionali, Rome. Coming from a country which is part of the nuclear sharing, hosts tactical nukes, and is operating F-35, I appreciated the carefully wording of the panelists on this scenario. I try to craft my question carefully too. What do you think about a scenario where Ukraine retake all occupied territory up to the borders of 23rd February, and both Putin and Russian military establishment, and I differentiate them on purpose, have to choose between negotiating to save something or escalating to nuclear to avoid to lose also Crimea?
Thank you very much. Most of the questions were to the generals, so please go as far as you can. I'm not this is a pretty difficult task, but I'm sure you're up to it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I must make disclaimer one more time. This is an unclass discussion. So, and then please understand that I will not go into details in order to explain what military options are or how we do it or what the state of nuclear weapons would be. But I can assure you that all those questions, of course, are visited almost daily. And with the advice we are giving, and this is the disclaimer number 2, there are military options. And it's a military advice. But it's a political alliance, and it's a political decision at the end of the game. Okay? It's always easier if you are not active military anymore, giving good advice, what you would have done if you would have still been in uniform, but that doesn't count, okay? So let's be very strict on that one, how we do that. Coming to the first question concerning from President Biden's statement, this is deterrence at his best. This is the way he does it, and this is how you try to deter, and still what at least my advice I would give in the discussion here is, well, look, what is the Russian doctrine and what is the Russian strategy? When would they use a weapon? And still, it's a territorial question, and this is very sensitive. So at the end of the day, President Biden made a strong statement that he will not tolerate. At the end of the day, it will be a political decision with all the military options on the table. And then it still will be a question, is it a US reaction to that, or will it be a NATO reaction to that? But again, you can be assured, especially when it comes to the nuclear system within NATO in total, we are very much connected to each other, and not only to the US, also to the other states which hold nuclear weapons, and then it will be discussed amongst the nuclear planning group in order on how it would be erected and then presented, and then it will be a political decision. But all I want to say is here, there you see, those are all the mechanics of how you deter in an escalation mechanics, and then we will see how that goes. And will it be at the end a conventional reaction? I mean, if you look at escalation metrics and think it through, I would say most probably this will be one of the first options that will be on the table. But nothing can be ruled out. So this is a question, the way I just can answer it here in this forum right now. When it came to understand what the future holds, and especially when it comes to how do we predict emerging disruptive technologies, also going into the question, how do you test nowadays? I can assure you there are possibilities and technical means out there. You do not have to detonate a bomb anymore in order to know that it functions or not. Okay? There are so many aspects in technical details how you can reassure that this would work. And yes, of course, it has been said before, there was a time past 1990 for about 20 years where everybody thought, well, you know, you could go a bit easier about developing, modernizing, but the last 10 years, look at the world. All the conflicts we do have are long-lasting conflicts. Look at Libya, look at Syria, just for instance. Now we still Ukraine, 2014. So this is where the change came in, and this is, since then, and I explained it to you, how we are increasing. This is where technology is speeding up again, and this is where we invest, the nations invest, and we fully invest in a fully functional nuclear system as well within the means of NATO. Just that everybody is aware of that, what's happening there. So we are fully aware of what has to be done there. This maybe overall, I would like to leave this with that. I will not, as I said, I cannot go into details how the steps are done and how we will react in certain things.
and for the reasons that I think we can all understand. Artur, there was a direct question to you. How do you conduct this very sensitive discussion?
Yes, of course, my point is not that decision makers around NATO and Europe should be running around and screaming that nuclear weapons are great. That wasn't my point, just to make sure of that. But I think that during this crisis, there were occasions in which high-level representatives of NATO states, especially at the beginning of the war, when Putin threatened NATO first with nuclear weapons, to basically come out and say loudly to the public, yes, he's threatening nuclear weapons, but we are in a nuclear alliance. Either we or our allies have nuclear weapons. The risk works both ways. So we're not going to get nuked if we deliver tanks to Ukraine. That's it. And don't make, I think it's a mistake to make statements which undercut your own deterrence. And as I said, the US got better at it, but they also made mistakes. At one point at the beginning of the war, for example, the National Security Advisor was publicly warning Russia that if Russia uses chemical weapons, then it will face catastrophic consequences. But in the same briefing, he said that under no circumstance we're going to intervene militarily in this conflict. So this undercuts, because it would lead to World War III. So this kind of rhetoric undercuts your own deterrence. Now, I think the US approach with more ambiguity is much better, and I think it calculates Russian calculations much more. And I could get back to a couple of other questions if the other panelists don't do that later.
Rolf, Sibyl, any aspects you want to pick up on?
Since this panel already indicates for about 5 minutes cognacs with 5 exclamation marks, I stop here.
Sibyl, don't feel threatened. I think this is a bluff. The one that says it's the end.
I'll just raise 2 points that for everybody to leave to think about. One is that effective deterrence, we very much focus on the nuclear side, but how to do effective deterrence with advanced conventional weapons, I think, is a really, really important question to solve. And the other one is how to do de-escalation in multi-domain warfare. So I'll leave you with those puzzles to resolve.
And I feel we will continue the discussion further on. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists and to everyone who participated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much once again to the speakers and moderators for this last panel discussion. I certainly join the hope that the arms control regime will be effective and can continue to be strengthened. I am sad to say that this unfortunately concludes the defense track here at the Warsaw Security Forum. It's been, I think we can all agree, a couple of days of insightful conversations and presentations. And so I think I would like to thank, on behalf of the forum, all of the speakers, the moderators that have provided insight